Well, good morning. Here's what we're learning today. As we get to the end of the week, we begin with headlines that keep us close to our area with a traffic stop leading to a drug bust. This happened in Buffalo County. An officer had pulled over a vehicle for speeding and an equipment violation on Highway 3554. During that stop, the Sheriff's Department canine officer detected narcotics. The officer did find the suspect had fentanyl and Xanax. Jeremy Phillips was arrested on charges including suspicion of possession with intent to deliver. Well, from the business world, Eau Claire is now the location of the world headquarters for a nonprofit whose work includes research into congenital heart disease. HW has an HQ. HeartWorks opened their headquarters this week at Sky Park Boulevard. It all began 5 years ago across the border in Minnesota. From public health, the Wisconsin Department of Ag Trade and Consumer Protection is taking some action aimed at helping to stop the spread of bird flu. The department is suspending all poultry events in 4 counties, at least until the end of the year. So folks planning trips to upcoming events in Jefferson, Waukesha, Walworth, or Rock counties are now being told that the events in those communities are canceled. Details online in case that affects you or ruffles feathers, 715newsroom.com. And do you know some people, if you give them an inch, they take a mile? Well, what would that equate to in the metric system?
Today is the 10th day of the 10th month, and officials thought this celebration of tens would get Americans to finally embrace the metric system. Although the federal government has been trying to get us on board since 1975 with the Metric Conversion Act, it didn't work. We still use the U.S. customary units. That's feet, pounds, and gallons instead of the metric, meter, kilograms, and liters. I'm Bree Tennis.
And over the years, I thought about cutting out the daily Casper dig, being a little nicer, waving the white flag. Ultimately, I tried, but you know what? Kind of like Casper himself, past noon.
It didn't work.
Our Sports Talk 105.1. I'm Morgan McCarthy.
What up, everybody? Good morning, and happy Friday. TGIF DK show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk studios this morning. Whether you're listening online on your radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, video stream up and rolling on YouTube. Don't forget to follow and subscribe over there. You got the app, you got online. You can listen to us at sportstalk1051.com. Multiple different ways for you to be joining in this morning on well, if you're a Brewers fan, kind of a bummer Friday morning as the Crew falling to the Cubs last night, 6-0. 6-0. Cubbies jumping out to a lead early on with a 3-run shot in the first inning, and not much to write home about for the Brewers offense as they collected a whopping 3 total hits. That's it. 3 hits. 3 hits. Freddie Peralta going 4 innings, giving up 3 earned runs, did strike out 6, but that home run, he gave up that 3-run shot in the first inning. Brewers not able to overcome that. So what do we have? We've got ourselves a Game 5, a do or die Game 5 coming at you tomorrow evening. Sounds like it's going to be all hands on deck, kind of a bullpen start here for the Crew on Saturday. But yeah, hey, I always love a Game 5, Game 7, do or die type of game. I always love those, but when it involves your team, it's definitely nerve-wracking. There's no question about it. So it's going to be Anxiousness all day tomorrow. Can already feel it. It's going to be that way. So, how you feeling, Brewers fans, about what you saw last night? Maybe from the last couple of days or couple of games too, heading into Game 5. It's following a very similar pattern to 2011 in the divisional series when the Brewers went up against the Diamondbacks. The Brewers won the first 2 games at home. They go on the road, lose their 2 games against Arizona on the road, and then they come back to Milwaukee for Game 5 and win it. That was the Nyjer Morgan walk-off game. So, I mean, if kind of following a little bit of a similar pattern to that, but of course, with a series like this, Brewers and Cubs, with all the drama, with all the headlines, with all the narratives and the talking points and such, of course it would go to a Game 5. But man, I mean that crowd last night at Wrigley Field, I know Pat Murphy talked about it afterwards. It sure seemed like they maybe getting into the heads a little bit with Freddie and such. So, I mean, I guess you got to tip your cap to them. They definitely made it a home field advantage. So hopefully for any Brewers fans going to the game on tomorrow night, on Saturday night, hopefully you could do the same. Hopefully you could make it a home field advantage and get it loud. Do the same thing you were doing the first 2 games of this series. Okay. Got to have that team support. Players feed off that, guys. Players feed off the crowd. So hopefully it'll be like the first 2 games of this series when it was in Milwaukee and a well-represented Brewers fan base and not a ton of Cubs fans over there. So, but we'll have plenty of Brewers talk here this morning. Recapping last night's game. I mean, really not, let's just call it what it is. Not a whole lot to talk about from last night's game other than, only 3 total hits from the offense. And Freddie Peralta giving up that big home run in the first inning that really kind of set the tone and such for the Crew. So, but plenty of talk previewing Game 5, the do or die Game 5 coming up tomorrow. So, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the Packers. We've got the Pack getting set for their game against the Cincinnati Bengals on Sunday. So we'll hit that up, do some keys to victory, key matchups. Yesterday at practice, injury bug kind of kicking the butt of Green Bay right now at practice. Brandon McManus dealing with a quad injury, but he said yesterday he expects to play, but the Packers did work out a couple of free agent kickers, including Greg Joseph. So, also, Rasheed Walker also not practicing. He's dealing with a quad injury, which we've got Trey Hendrickson to deal with. And Trey Hendrickson primarily lines up going up against the left tackle. So something to maybe watch today when we get to practice to see if Rasheed Walker is able to go and do anything. Brandon McManus obviously is going to be a big one to kind of pay attention to as well. So, but we'll look at that, do a little preview, highlighting keys to victory, key matchups, predictions. Give me your player who's got to have a game. We could do that for both the Brew Crew for Game 5 tomorrow and for the Packers game coming up Sunday afternoon against the Cincinnati Bengals. So we'll hit that up. Also on the docket, we'll catch up with Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Packers making some announcements too yesterday regarding their medical staff. Pat McKenzie is going to be moving into more of an advisory role. So sounds like maybe retiring or getting set to retire and such. So, but we'll chat about all things sports injury wise, latest in some of the injuries affecting some of these players across the NFL and such, and maybe throw a little baseball, NBA, and hockey stuff with Dr. Crow. He's coming up just under an hour from now. After that, we'll catch up with our buddy, Mr. Brandon Berg. Obviously, plenty of Brewers talk with Brandon, but also we'll do some Carpet City Flooring Center local sports roundup as we near the end of the regular season for the high school football season. Obviously, we've got tennis, had some tennis teams and players clinching spots at states for the last couple days. Golf, volleyball, soccer. Brandon will do a nice rundown for us, roundup for us for our local sports roundup. Brought to you by our good friends from Carpet City Flooring Center. Also, we'll do a little AJM Automotive, Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle. We'll probably do that coming up in the, let's do that in the 8 o'clock hour along with our cream of the crop. So we'll hit that up and whatever else happens to cross our plate. How about last night? I mean, hey, if you want to switch over to a little football stuff, Giants taking down the Eagles. Hey, now, Packers fans maybe take solace in that. Hey, fewer losses than the Eagles right now, I guess, is what technically it's true. So, but man, Eagles falling to the Giants last night. Eagles dropping 2 in a row. Whew. Problems in Philly. Problems in the city of brotherly love. Issues, offensive issues, maybe. So, but yeah, definitely lots of football talk here this morning, along with some baseball talk. We had the Dodgers walking it off last night. Man, if you didn't see the ending, I mean, it went to extra innings, first of all. But if you didn't see the ending of that Dodgers and Phillies game, you feel for that Phillies pitcher. You feel, was it Kirkring throwing it to home? Should have thrown it to first to get the out, but I just a bad throw. I don't know. It's yeah. So you feel for that, no question about it. So, but Dodgers waiting to see who they're going to be playing. Is it going to be the Cubs? Is it going to be the Brewers? Same with the Blue Jays. We're going to find out today between Tigers and Mariners. We got a game 5 for that one. So we'll throw a little extra baseball talk into this morning's game plan as well. So, but pitter patter, let's get at her, shall we? Let's open it up talking a little Brewers here. Obviously, a lot of hindsight 2020 from a bunch of people with Murphy's decision and such, maybe about starting Peralta and that. But I mean, that's easy to say. Hindsight's 2020 after stuff like that. My biggest issue last night was offense going quiet. Only 3 flipping hits in the game last night. 3. That's it. I mean, we're 2 away from the Harry Doyle rant. 1 hit. I mean, just add 2 more. Not that good. That offense was putrid last night. Pathetic. And you look at the last 2 days. I mean, you go back to Wednesday night's game, 2 for 9 with runners in scoring position. And then last night, just 3 hits. 3 hits. Can't cut that. Can't cut it. Can going back to Milwaukee rejuvenize this offense? Can it rejuvenate it? Can it get it going? Was it home field? I mean, this is the thing. Brewers had the best road record in the regular season, though, too. I mean, they've played to Wrigley before. Obviously, playoff environment's a little bit different, a little bit louder, a little bit more intense and such. But where's your concern level heading into game 5? Or maybe better yet, maybe this is the best way to say it. Where's your nervousness level heading into game 5? Let me know. All right, give me a little bit of a vibe check. Hit me up with a text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. Or you can join us on the YouTube stream as well. So we'll get things going here this morning. We'll take our first break, and then we've got the leadoff. We'll talk some Brewers coming up after these quick words. When it comes to flooring, homeowners in the Chippewa Valley trust Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. From soft, comfortable carpet to durable tile and stylish luxury vinyl planks, Carpet City Flooring Center offers a wide selection of high-quality flooring options to fit any style and budget. Customers appreciate their knowledgeable staff, expert in professional installation, making the process smooth from start to finish. They own and are operated. Carpet City Flooring Center understands the needs of Wisconsin homes and takes pride in delivering personal hometown service. One room for the whole house. Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire has it covered from the floor up. Go visit them today. You can check out their website first, carpetcitywi.com, or visit them today at 3109 East Hamilton Avenue in Eau Claire. And judging by some of the text, I hope you're saying we got a game yet. Okay, we got another game. Let's not jump off the bandwagon here yet, okay? Yeah, it stinks that they dropped last night's game. Last night's game stunk. It was awful. But we got another game. We got another game in Milwaukee. Let's not jump off this bandwagon here, okay? Let's not call it over with. Let's not do that, okay? I hope this isn't the majority of Brewers fans already giving up. We got another team. If you're giving up right away, then I you're gonna, if they win on Saturday, just stay off the bandwagon. Just stay off. We got another game. Okay. Let's direct the energy towards that. It stunk. It was awful. It was putrid. But at least we get another one. Tibbetts-Cooley Regent says, first time I saw the Brewers play tight, poor throws, hesitant at the plate. What's up with Yelich? He looks disengaged this series. I don't know if I'd say disengaged. I mean, if we're trying to gauge it by facial or emotional expressions, I mean, we've seen it since 2018. Yelich isn't the most animated player that we have seen out there. I mean, this postseason, he's hitting over 300. So, I mean, I guess I don't know if it's just if you're basing it off of Tim on emotional, physical reactions or something like that. But to me, that's typical Yelich at that point. C-Bomb, this was exactly my fear, putting Freddie on the bump last night. I would have felt a lot better having him at home in a deciding game. But again, that's hindsight 2020. That's literally hindsight's 2020. The guy had success at Wrigley Field this regular season. You were in an elimination game. You were on 4 days rest. Cubs did the same thing with their guy. Even though he gave up a 3-run bomb, it didn't matter. It seemed like the boys had I can't say that, C-bomb, and they got scared at the plate. A lot of young players, let's hope they could play loose and free tomorrow. Brandon G here. They just need to get out of the first inning and keep the Cubs scoreless and get back to the aggressive approach at the plate. The strike zone inconsistency has been frustrating, but have to play through it. Yeah, that's a good point, Brandon G. The strike zone again, a little bit last night. Again, not the main excuse by the Brewers' inability to hit and such, but it has definitely been inconsistent. Definitely been inconsistent last night. So, Jeremy says, I hope I'm wrong, but I have no confidence for the Brewers. Murphy seems to be taking a page out of the council playbook and try to get too cute. What area was he trying to get too cute? Be a little bit more specific for me. They're not coming through when they need to. Fifth inning with Yelich and Cheerio not delivering. Unfortunately, I believe the Cubs win and the Brewers are becoming the Steelers of the MLB. Can make the playoffs, but haven't won a playoff series in almost 10 years. Dave says, that was a tough game to watch last night, letting them get the early lead, not able to overcome that. We can't forget the Cubs are a very good team. I feel once we get past them, our future is looking bright into a World Series. Never give up on the crew. I agree, Dave. I agree. We got another game, guys. All right, let's not lose that focus. Yes, last night again was an awful, awful game. Brewers were not prepared for that game. They were at some point too. You just have to acknowledge Cubs did a fantastic job. Boyd was on last night. Ian Happ took advantage of a bad pitch, although there's kind of some weird discord from that pitch when you hear Peralta's comments and then you hear Contreras' comments. Peralta thought it was a good pitch. It's just that Happ swung through it hard. Contreras said, nah, probably didn't want it in that location. So kind of a little bit of a disagreement between the two of the quality of that pitch, which I kind of found interesting, but nonetheless, Happ made the play on it. Setting the tone early. The other part in this too is, remember, the Cubs held the Brewers scoreless in the top of the first. First time this whole series, nobody scored in the top of the first. So they got through that one. Then they score 3 in the bottom, and they just got the momentum right away. And for whatever reason, this Brewers offense just could not get it going. They could not get it going last night. Boyd just giving up 2 hits. He did issue 3 walks, struck out 6, and give credit to the Cubs bullpen for locking it down after that. They only allowed 2 more base runners, 1 via a hit, 1 via a walk. They did a good job. Got to just move on from it now. And hopefully, home field will help out the Brew Crew tomorrow night. Hopefully that energy that we saw, this is where I will challenge Brewers fans going to the game. We saw the energy from those Cubs fans. I really believe the energy at Wrigley Field, and you could even say the case for the first 2 games in Milwaukee, home field is obviously making a big difference in this series. It is making a huge difference. And it's straight up from the fans making it a very difficult place to play for the visitors. So I challenge Brewers fans going to the game Saturday night. You just saw that environment last night at Wrigley Field. Chanting Freddie's name. You know he heard it. You could say it didn't affect him and such, but come on. I challenge Brewers fans to match that or exceed that at American Family Field. You got to make that place loud. I really, really hope that when I'm listening to it, watching it, I don't hear a lot of Cubs cheers. Make that all Milwaukee. And I know odds are it's not going to be all Milwaukee. Okay? But we don't need to see behind the Cubs dugout all that blue and red. You did a good job with it with the first 2 games. Let's make it a big-time home field advantage in Game 5. And I feel like for this game 5, when we look at it, when we look at this matchup, the team that is going to play the most relaxed, the most loose, is going to have the biggest advantage in this. Somebody's going home tomorrow night. Both these teams know this. Somebody is going home. Who's going to be the most tight? Who's going to be the most relaxed? Who's going to make the most errors? It could be, it very well could be a low-scoring game. Maybe, or on the other hand, if there's going to be a lot of errors and miscues, could be a lot of runs there. Really, what's that? I really don't have a gauge on this because it is going to be fully dependent on the team that is going to be the most focused and playing a little loose, playing a little bit more relaxed. Is that going to be more of a veteran team like the Cubbies? Or is that going to be a younger team like the Brewers? A little bit more inexperienced like the Brewers. This is what makes, now with this bullpen type of start, a little bit more intriguing for the Brewers. A lot of talk about Mizorowski. We know him about his emotions and his shall we say, energy. You know, when he's on, though, that pumps everybody up. Do you go out there and just, start a veteran guy for the first inning to kind of, set the tone a little bit? Do you go with a youngster right away? I honestly feel like it's all hands on deck tomorrow. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Freddie Peralta's in the bullpen. I know he threw 84 pitches last night, but this is game 5. Again, I kind of use it similar to 2011 Brewers Diamondbacks when the Brewers won the first 2 games and they dropped the last 2. Game 5, Yo-Yo was the starter. Who was in the bullpen, though? Zach Greinke coming off that game. He was available. All hands on deck. It should be all hands on deck. Everybody's available. Worry about the NLCS rotation pitchers after you win the game. You can't worry about a potential Monday game. You got to worry about Saturday. That's why it should be everybody. Everybody's available in this game. That's the mindset it should be from that pitching staff, from every single pitcher. But I really believe the biggest key, the biggest determining factor in who's going to win this game Saturday, who's going to win this series to advance to play the Dodgers, is the team that comes out maybe a little bit more relaxed. There's going to be a lot of pressing. There's going to be some hitters up there that are going to be a little tight. Pitchers, butterflies are going to be rolling. Do you go with a little bit more of a veteran team coming in on the road, or the younger team who's going to have the backing of their hometown crowd? It's a fascinating matchup. Any sports fan should love an elimination game. It's a little bit different when it involves your team, though, because the nerves are just a little bit more spiked up there. Tip says, I'm confident Brewers can win tomorrow. We still have the Miz, Myers, and possibly Quintana on short rest to pitch. We need a full house of Brewers fans at AmFam. Just be happy we aren't Philly fans with the Eagles and the Phillies losing on the same night. Yeah, you can look at that. That was not a good night for Philadelphia fans last night, right? Whew. Man, not a good one. By the way, though, too, just want to say, Tobias Myers is not on the playoff roster. So just I wanted to double check that. It's Grant Anderson, it's Aaron Ashby, it's Robert Gasser, it's Jared Koenig, Nick Mears, Trevor McGill, Jacob Mizorowski, Chad Patrick, Freddie Peralta, Quinn Priester, Jose Quintana, Abner Uribe. So that's the pitchers that are available right now for the Brewers. All right, continue to send me your thoughts. What's your vibe, Brewers fans? Where's your confidence level? Hit me up. Text me, 715-830-1912. Quick break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Deer season in Wisconsin isn't just a hobby, it's a tradition. And for hunters who take it seriously, there's one stop that's been trusted year after year. That's Tilden Gun. From rifles and scopes to ammo and accessories, Tilden Gun has what hunters need to get ready for the woods. No gimmicks, no guesswork, just solid gear, fair prices, and honest advice from folks who know hunting because they live it. Whether someone's maybe zeroing in on a new scope, stocking up on some ammo, or finally upgrading that old deer rifle, Tilden Gun helps hunters gear up with confidence. Check them out today by visiting their website, tildengun.com, or if you want to see a sweet shop and see Sean and Hunter and let them help you out, you can visit them today at 12427 98th Avenue, Chippewa Falls. And best of luck to all of the youth hunters. Best of luck for this weekend. And don't forget, if you have any luck, share it with us so we can share it with everybody out there. So, all right. We've got a couple more here. We've got C-Bomb saying, the last two games have been a bummer, but this is still the winningest team in baseball at home in a deciding game. Brewers fans show up and give the team some juice. On a side note, umpiring has been atrocious. We're going to end up seeing the electronic strike zone, aren't we? I was never a fan of the idea until this postseason. Surveyor says, I'm at a 2 right now. Confidence hasn't felt this low about the Crew since June, and the Brewers are, 3-9 and win advanced games in their history. Not looking good for us, but faith comes in weird ways, and faith always tests you. The level will rise eventually, but this morning just stinks. Come on, Surveyor. You out of anybody who I know who is the most optimistic person. I need you to increase that vibe. All right. I need you to increase that vibe. I need you to feel better. Okay. Let's go. James says Brewers vibes nervous. Yes. Jumping off the Brewers bandwagon. No. This is why you win 97 games. Home field. Keys to victory, breathe, trust, and be the best version of yourself. Mindset is the key. Yeah, I think that's well said, James. I would agree with that. I would agree with all of that. Both sides, both teams, going to be pressing a little bit. I feel like it's going to be the team that makes the first big hit. That first big home run, maybe it's a 3-run shot, maybe it's a 2-run shot, whatever the case may be. But the team that does that maybe kind of like eases the tension a little bit. I think a big key too is going to be Brewers get through that first inning unscathed. I think somebody already texted that a little bit earlier. Get through that first inning unscathed. It's been an issue this series. Even in the games they won. Get through it, and it's like, take a deep breath, and now you go. But both teams are going to be tight. Both teams are going to be pressing here. There's no question about it. But what team is going to be able to handle that pressure the most? What team is going to be able to take that deep breath? Re-energize, refocus. Who's going to be the Energizer Bunny for this Brewers team? Who's going to be that guy? Who's going to be that guy that's going to be follow my lead? I mean, we could pinpoint to a lot of them. Probably a lot of people are going to say Yelich. But a couple dudes I really want to see kick it into gear for this particular game. Bryce Terang and my guy Sal Frelick. I got to see those two guys get going here, especially if Terang's going to be continuing to bat in the middle of the order, that 3-4 spot. I need better at-bats. I need better production offensively from Terang. I need Sal Frelick to be that energy guy again. I want to see more from those two guys. Because when you look at it, Yelich is hitting over 300 in a series. Chirio's hitting over 400. Contreras is hitting over 300. Vaughn's at 300. I mean, you're getting what you expect from Perkins and Ortiz, I think, at this point. I do wonder, and maybe this is a question we can throw to Brandon coming up. That hamstring injury from Cheerio. If he didn't have that hamstring injury, and I know he had it game 1 and they didn't have this line, but if he didn't have that, would the Brewers entertain putting him in center field and getting Isaac Collins on the field? Because we've hardly seen the man. I wonder how much that hamstring is altering some decisions within the lineup, within, subbing in and out defensively in that. So I know some people said put Cheerio in center, but it is clearly evident that hamstring is bothering him. The speed factor, it's just not there. I don't want him in center if he can barely run. But you still want his back because he's still hitting, for crying out loud. Can we get to tomorrow nights? I want to get I want to get my anxiousness, my nerves. Let's go. Let's go. I'm ready for this, man. Packers wise, I just want to throw a little Packers nugget here because we are going to have a lot of Brewers talk here this morning, but something to kind of watch here for the Packers is who's going to be available to play in this game. Couple of key injuries in this thing to watch for is Rasheed Walker. Rasheed Walker did not practice yesterday, dealing with a quad injury. So obviously you want, I just want our starting offensive line back, for crying out loud. Okay. We're not supposed to get hurt in practice coming off of a bye week, for goodness sakes. Okay. So I don't know how serious this is. We'll find out a little bit more today. I feel like if Walker doesn't practice today, he's probably not going to play on Sunday, which would stink because Trey Hendrickson primarily lines up on that side anyways. I would imagine Jordan Morgan's going to get to start at left tackle. But the other part in this thing, too, is going to be Brandon McManus. Now, McManus, for what it's worth, said he's planning on playing, but he's got a quad injury. Packers have worked out a couple of kickers, including former Packer for a hot minute, Greg Joseph. Or actually, it looks like Rob Domofsky said it's actually going to be today. So something to kind of maybe follow along for today. If they do add one of these kickers, I think it's going to be more for a protection standpoint. Maybe they carry 2 kickers into a game just to have a backup option in case McManus is struggling or really can't go. But why? And I thought maybe McManus hurt the quad during the Cowboys game, but again, apparently it happened in practice. What's going on with quad injuries at practice right now? Knock it off, you guys. We got to do some extra stretching or something. But going back to McManus, he said that he had a similar situation earlier in his career and played that Sunday. So, all right. Hopefully it doesn't affect him too much. But, I look at this game. I want to see domination from the Packers. We talk about energy from the Brewers and coming out. I think Brewers got to come out of this game hot, energy, enthusiasm. Let's go right away. Same with the Packers. You're coming off your bye week. I got to see some energy. I got to see 60 minutes of full football. I got to see some pressure after Joe Flacco. He's only been with the team for a couple of days. I'm sure he doesn't know the whole playbook. I'm also sure that Bengals are probably altering it a little bit to what he's comfortable with and maybe adding some stuff that he's familiar with. But get after him. The offensive line is putrid. Get after him. Packers offense, this Bengals defense stinks. I want to see full 60 minutes, full throttle offense going up against the Bengals. I want to see a big number. If they win by 3, I know that's the only one, and I have voiced this too. The only stat that matters is the W in the win column. But if they will only win by like 3, or God forbid it's a loss or a tie, we've got issues. They need to come out of this bye week, going into this game, and just setting the tone early and often, constantly being in the backfield. You know, the thing is, Flacco is going to have weapons. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, he's going to be able to air it out to him if he wants to. How about this? Don't give him any time to air it out. Okay? Don't give him 4 seconds to do that. Let's get after him right away. Let's get that pressure after him right away. Micah, Gary, Van Ness, and whoever's going to play, whoever's going to get start. Maybe it's Colby Wooded, probably. Yeah, Colby Wooded and Carl Brooks. The interior defensive lineman. If you're going to get the start in the base, because Devontae Wyatt's probably not going to be playing this game, let's get that pressure up the middle right away. I think that's going to be key. Maybe we see Micah Parsons a little bit more versatile. Maybe he's coming up the middle. Van Ness, obvious passing situations. If he's going to be playing interior, I think a big key is we got to get some pressure up the middle, get in Joe Flacco's face, get him off his mark right away. If he's going to sit there and able to just stand in the pocket and throw those deep passes to a Chase and a Higgins, and then come on, what are we doing? But I would imagine the Bengals are probably going to be looking at, okay, how did Dallas move the ball against Green Bay? Oh, getting the ball out quick. Okay. We got a new quarterback. What's probably the easiest way or the best way to get him more comfortable and to get him into a rhythm with some new guys? Quicker passing game. Getting the ball out quick. We got to get that pressure early. And we cannot, first of all, the tackling better be mounds. Way better than what we saw against Dallas. Don't allow 2-yard gains to turn into 6-7 yards because you can't tackle. I just want to see chaos from this defensive group going against the Cincinnati offense. And then this Packers offense, let's put up a big number. Let's do this thing. There's no excuse. None. When you look at this Bengals defense, they're third worst in yards allowed. Okay, third worst in total yards allowed. They're fourth worst in passing yards allowed. They're in the bottom third in rushing yards allowed. And third worst points allowed. They're very similar to Dallas. We saw what Packers offense was able to do, especially the second half. Okay, let's carry that over to an entire game now. Okay, can we do that? Because that'd be great. When we look at offenses, total yards per game, dead last, Cincinnati. Passing yards per game, third worst. Rushing yards per game, dead last, Cincinnati. They can't run the football. They're averaging 57 yards on the ground. And I get it. Some of it's probably because they're playing from behind. But Pittsburgh's next closest, and they're averaging 23 more yards per game than Cincinnati. Let's get this job done. All right, we got to take another break to wrap up the first hour here. So we'll do that. Continue to send me your thoughts, whether it's Brewers, Packers related, all that fun stuff. We'll be back here in just a few minutes. VFW Post 305 in Eau Claire is a place where good food, live music, and great times come together. From casual dinners with friends to packed nights with local bands, there's always something happening at the VFW Post 305. Kitchen serves up delicious meals, the drinks are cold, and the atmosphere is welcoming. Whether it's a night out, a community event, or just a place to relax, VFW Post 305 has it all. You can visit them today at 1300 Star Avenue in Eau Claire. Plain T. About time we get a text for Plain T this morning. We've got good morning, DK. The major key is for the pitching staff to limit the walks, no more than 3, and error-free defense. On offense, it's hanging at least one crooked number on them and to be aggressive on the bases. Put some dang pressure on them. We got this. Go Crew. I agree. Who's going to be that guy that's going to put up the big first hit for the Brewers and kind of set that tone? Who's going to be that guy? I'm not asking for prediction. I'm just kind of just throwing it out there. Like, who's going to be that player? Who's going to rise to the occasion? Who's going to rise to the challenge? Who's going to be that person? And from a pitching sense too, it's going to be not just one. It's going to be everybody. Everybody should be available. I'm even saying Freddie should be available. I don't care. I know he threw 84 pitches last night. This is win or go home. He's available in the bullpen. That's what I feel like. Everybody should be ready to go. And every single pitcher. No freebies. No walks. Strike zone's been kind of all over the place here. Don't use it as an excuse. Get the job done. But I think, again, it's going to be what team is impressing the most. What team can handle the stress and the pressure of a win or go home situation more. Which team, which ball club is going to be able to handle that? That to me is going to be a big key for this one. Plenty more Brewers talk coming up a little bit later on this morning. We'll finish up with Morgs. Good morning, Morgan.
Hey, Kasper. So you have Green Bay cardigan on.
Yeah.
But you're holding a baseball.
Yeah. It's my stress ball.
It's a good balance.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know if you were going to go Brewers or not.
Is this a cardigan?
Well, it's a little bit like a cardigan, isn't it?
It's a throwback Mitchell and Ness thing.
It looks a little bit like a cardigan.
Yeah.
It's like if Mr. Rogers was a sports guy on all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So do you feel like there's any level of manipulation in stretching this series out for ratings? Are you one of those people?
I'm not a conspiracy theorist unless it involves Bigfoot.
Now, how many Cubbies fans do you have in your life right now?
Too many.
They're getting louder?
No, because I've ignored them from the beginning.
Okay.
So.
Well, and I'm sure you've had a chance to talk to this, but if you are the Phillies pitcher right now, what do you say, man? You go to first every time. What's going on there?
I obviously panic situation.
Okay,
yeah.
But put yourself in his shoes. Put yourself on the mound. You got to face the press today. What do you say if you're the Phillies pitcher?
I screwed it up. It's all on me.
Just take it and own it?
You just take it and own it. I know the manager said we win as a team, we lose as a team. I get that. I understand that. But, probably shouldn't have been that situation. But, yeah, it
makes you feel for the guy, though, because it's like you said, it must have just been a panic move because that's straight from, 101 way back to Little League. You go to first.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So it was a kind of a jaw dropper of like, what made you make that call?
I know. I feel it's going to be a long off season for him.
Yeah, well,
very long.
I'm sure it's been a long night for him too. You talk about replaying something in your head over and over again.
Exactly.
I don't have a horse in the race on either side. I mean, everyone likes to hate on the Dodgers, but still, that was one of those calls that kind of get you in the gut. You're like, oh man, it's gonna be a slow, lonely walk. So.
It is. How you feeling for the game tomorrow night? Brewers gonna get it at home.
I'm Brewers positive. I'll say.
Okay.
I'm Brewers positive. What are you saying?
I'm positive. I'm not I am trying to create optimism because I feel like there's a lot of Brewers fans already jumping off ship.
I noticed that too. I'm like,
Yeah.
"What happened, guys?" Because I mean, I feel like Packers fans stay on the wagon.
Mhm.
Brewers fans are a little more fair weather. It's like a couple bad games and they jump off. This team has not been consistent.
Yeah.
They've been a ride all season, and when they're high and they're good, they're real good. But we've seen this happen the whole season. It's not a surprise that the template is extended into the series.
Mhm.
Let's get the team back that we like to cheer
And you
for
know what?
tomorrow.
We got another game.
There
Let's
you
not
go.
jump off the bandwagon.
This
We got
is
another game.
this is optimistic for you.
Right.
Your glass is full today, Casper.
All right, second hour kicking off right now on this Friday morning. Already an hour in. Flying on by here this morning. Coming up a little bit later on, Brandon Berg's going to be joining us. We'll do our Carpet City 40 Center local sports roundup with Kim. Lots going on with the high school football scene as we start to wrap up the regular season, getting closer to the postseason and such. I know tennis, we've gotten some teams that have clinched some spots and go to states and all that fun stuff. So got that going on. We've got the Blue Gold football team. Blue Gold football team also going or back in action, going up against lacrosse. It's going to be a tough one. That's going to be a tough one here for the Blue Gold. Stout's going to be at home taking on Oshkosh as well. So we'll get to that. Trying to get Dr. Crow on here. Let me try this again. Otherwise, let's see if we can. We're going to try this, but see, this is where I need the producer. Otherwise, let's see if I can just video call him here. Doing this on the fly. Let's see if we can start a. Oops. Let's nope, no, I don't wanna do that. Here we go. Let's do this one once. See if we can get Dr. Crow up on here. See, new studio, we don't have the phones hooked up yet, so, but, hopefully that'll be soon here, so, but all right, hopefully here in just a couple minutes, we'll have Dr. Crow, popped up on here. Otherwise, coming up a little bit later on, we got our AJM Automotive Breaks Full Throttle, so we'll hit that, the 8 o'clock hour. Definitely more Brewers talk coming up here as well. We'll, do that with Brandon Berg, get his thoughts on game 5 and and such too, so keep your thoughts coming though, Brewers fans. 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. You can text us. You can also join us on the video stream. Give us your thoughts, on that. What, how you and your predictions for game 5. Where's your vibe at right now, Brewers fans? Where's the vibe at, Brewers fans? All right, let me know. 715-830-1912. 715-830-1912. So, why are we, not having we're having some technical difficulties in getting Dr. Crow to come up on here, so well, hopefully, we'll get him here in just a second, so but, we got a few more people chiming in here. Quick text from Ben on our Shoe Doctors bullpen line saying that, he's gonna go with the Brewers to win. Definitely a downer from last night, but let's regroup, refocus. I think playing in Milwaukee at AmFam Field is going to be a big time boost for this ball club. So, I think we've got Austin here too. While that still loads up here, we've got Kevin saying definitely definitely nervous for this for this game coming up here, but feel like the Brewers being at home is going to be the ultimate deciding factor here for the Brewers. Brewers win 3-2 in a nail biter. Keep those predictions coming. Let's see if we can get Austin. Austin, can you hear me okay? Nope. Let's try it again. Austin, can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
I got you now, bud. We got it figured out. How about that? I know, right? Trying to do it on the fly and that. We can figure this stuff out, right? Well, appreciate, you hopping on. First of all, how was last week with Hall of Fame and obviously that Hail Mary game on Friday night for you guys against Mondovi? That had to have been a whirlwind 48 hours for you. Absolutely. So, well, let's jump right into it. I'm actually so we're gonna start with a little Packers because I was actually texting you this yesterday. Packers released a statement, yeah, with kind of a change in their orthopedic doctors and head team positions. I mean, Packers fans know who Pat McKenzie is. I don't know if it's because of good reasons or bad reasons. Sounds like he's kind of getting, into an advisory role, going to be retiring and such, and a new doctor's in place here too. Just kind of reading his background a little bit, can you kind of explain a little bit, like, because what you told me, it sounds like he's definitely qualified for this job. Mhm. 30 years, I think? Yeah. Mhm. Right. Well, staying with Green Bay, I mean, they're coming off their bye week, but now they're apparently suffering some quad injuries in practice. I mean, kicker quad injury kind of gets nervous, but Brandon McManus said he suffered it in practice, but he also said he plans on playing because he dealt with something similar before in his past and he ended up playing. Now they really haven't said what the injury is. I don't know if it's just a straight up pull for the quad, but I mean, the fact that he said he's dealt with something like this before in the past and he's comfortable with it or he knows how to handle it. Do you think maybe it's just possibly just a pull or a strain with that quad muscle? Yeah. Mhm. A guy who did play last night, Eagles defensive lineman Jalen Carter, they're calling it a heel injury. So when you hear heel injury, what are some of the possible injuries that could affect him to not play that game? Brock Purdy, he was practicing for a while, but now it kind of seems like maybe he suffered a setback, and I would imagine probably regarding that turf toe injury that he's dealing with. Is it possible to suffer a setback with a turf toe? Mhm. I don't know if you saw the play, but stay with quarterbacks, Kyler Murray, which it seems to be a weird one going on with him right now. He's got a foot injury, they're calling it. His status is up in the air for this weekend. And last week at the game, it was a snap ball, it hit him in the face mask, and he lost a fumble, but then he left the game. And some people were like, okay, was it a concussion or something like that? But he had a foot injury there. So I mean, I got to imagine probably a few different options. I don't know if that's the right word, but a few different possibilities that could be with that foot injury. There we go. So with moving over to baseball here, quick, just a couple more here. Jackson Cheerio for the Brewers has been dealing with a hamstring injury since game one, but he's been playing. But it's obvious that he's affected by it a little bit. So I mean, would that be the grading system kind of coming in here? Grade one potentially with that hamstring injury? For the last one, LeBron James, sciatica, is that how you pronounce it? Sciatica. So, he's apparently gonna be missing the opening of the NBA season coming up here in a couple weeks. But, so can you explain what that is and potentially why he would be missing so much time with this injury? Hmm. Interesting. He's Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Dude, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the weekend, and we'll catch up with you again soon. Okay, sir? Oh boy. It is. I appreciate that. So tell them I said hi. Or if they're listening, hey guys, how you doing? Have a good weekend, bud. We'll catch up with you soon, okay? There you go. There you go. Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Let's take a quick break and we'll get Brandon Berg on with us here this morning. So we'll do that. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes. All right, a big thanks again to our doctor, Dr. Austin Crow from Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Let's move on to our next guest here. I feel too close to you now.
Yeah, this is gonna take some getting used to.
Yeah, I don't know if I like this. So, and your camera's right there, by the way.
So
Nope, right there in front of you. Yeah.
hello.
Until we get the new ones. Apparently, we're getting new ones that whoever talks, then the camera goes to that person. So, but yeah. So you're right there. I feel like
This
we're
is
just
I don't know what to do with my hands. Usually, like, I rested them on the counter, but the
Yeah.
counter's a little bit closer, and
yeah.
I don't know how I feel about these windows, and, yeah, this is gonna take some getting used to.
Yeah. So, well, welcome to the new studio finally,
Yeah.
Brandon. So,
The one thing I will say for sure, listening on the way in here, the sound does sound better.
does it sound better?
It sounds clear to me.
Okay, good. Because I'm getting used to it because it sounds different in my headphones.
Right, yeah, and even,
So-
like, even sounds different in mine, but, like, coming in and listening and, like, "Well, that sounds a little different." Like, "Well, that's right, I suppose,"
All right.
with the changes, that probably
Yeah.
made a difference, and to me, I think it did.
Well, good. Because I'm glad to get that feedback. So I appreciate it. So thanks, boss. But well, how are you feeling this morning after last night?
Not great. Not great.
Is it that meme? Not great, Bob.
Not great, Bob. Yeah, right.
But I mean, I'm trying to keep the optimism going
Right.
here. I feel like there's some Brewers fans already jumping off the ship, the bandwagon. We still got a game. We still got another game, right?
Yeah.
We still got this going here. But all right, the $1 million question, probably. Let's just start it off here, Brandon. As we I want to just hold on a second. See, this is the other part too. I gotta get used to the new buttons and stuff here. So
All these screens and stuff.
I know, and see that screen over there.
Yeah.
You're gonna be able to use that as a computer. I'll show. I'll show you later
Hey.
on. But so you can do your research, so you actually know what you're talking about.
I
over
have a
there.
first time for everything.
Exactly. So, all right, $1 million question. How are we gonna do the pitching on Game 5?
It's a great question. I have no idea. I mean, at this point, you feel like Freddie Peralta, probably Robert Gasser are the two guys who are probably down.
I feel like everybody's gonna be available. Game 5 out of the pen.
But then,
Like I look back to 2011 Game 5. Zach Greinke was available in the pen after Game 4.
true.
Sort of.
But
thing.
I mean, that was also a different time.
Right? Yeah. I feel like he's not going to be the main option, but
No.
like if it gets to a point, do you throw him an inning in like inning 13? If it goes
Well,
to
I
extra
mean,
innings,
if it gets to that far,
yeah.
but
I was kind of wondering if it was going to go that far last night between Phillies and
Right,
Dodgers.
right.
So that would have been interesting.
would have.
But yeah, I understand that too. So, but
I mean, I think in the past they've, it seems like Murphy's tried to maybe get a lefty to start and kind of maybe try to get through a couple innings. I mean, I don't know who that would be though. I mean, I guess it could be Aaron Ashby, but I mean that didn't work so well the first time.
mm-hmm.
And there's really pretty limited options there when it comes to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think for sure you're gonna see Mizrowski pitch.
See now, to me, I don't know if I start him.
I would agree. I
Yeah.
would agree. It seems like he likes to try to get that first, that lefty matchup that first time through with Bush, who's been red hot, with Kyle Tucker,
Mm-hmm.
a little bit further down the lineup with PCA, like just trying to get that matchup there.
Yep.
But I think it's just gonna be an all hands on deck kind of game.
Yeah. Kind of would it be the same on the Cubs, do you think, too, a little bit? Or?
They have a little bit more, I think, in the way of length options. I mean, they could
Okay.
go Colin Ray. They could go with Aaron Savali, who hasn't pitched since game 1. They could go back to Shohei Managa if they want to. Like, they have more, I would say, in the way of bulk options right now than the Brewers do.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, it kind of goes back to Wednesday with, kind of throwing Jose Quintana in the middle of the game when you're down. Like, I don't know. Like, that one kind of surprised me a little bit. I get that, the game's still within reach and you want to try to keep it at arm's length. But it's like, well, you kind of still need to keep yourself an option. But
Mm-hmm.
I guess at this point, they kind of feel like, hey, if whoever was starting, you'd probably have a shorter leash on him anyway. So you might as well just, go with the bullpen.
Right.
Go with the Frankenstein game.
Right. I feel like the biggest, and we're going to talk about this game a lot this morning, obviously, but I feel like one of the biggest keys for this game is going to be which team handles that pressure the most. Like, this is going to be pucker up. It's going to be tights.
Right.
Who's going to be more relaxed, who's going to be more loose, and really, who's going to be the team that has that first big hit? Because then I feel like that's what's going to maybe loosen things up a little bit.
Right. I mean, on the Brewers end of things, they've scored 3 runs in 2 games.
Yeah.
And 2 runs in the last 17 innings.
Mhm.
Like, this is the stuff. At the start of the playoffs, when I said, hey, they got to score runs. Like, this is the last 2 games have been very, very familiar for Brewers fans.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing just being unable, with my friends, I call it being offensively impotent.
Yeah.
Like, just not being able to, get those runs across, having opportunities, they had opportunities and just not being, nobody just being clutch enough to come up with that hit in that spot.
Right.
And on the Cubs end, obviously now they bring all the momentum into game 5. Like,
Mm-hmm.
but momentum is always a swing away. I mean, the Brewers had all the momentum going into game 3 and,
Yep.
1 home run later, the Cubs kind of took it and they've kind of had it ever since.
Mm-hmm. How much do you think the Jackson Chourio hamstring injury is altering some of these decisions? So let me throw you a scenario out there. If he wasn't dealing with a hamstring, should they be starting him at center to get Isaac Collins in the game?
Yes. Yeah. I think that's a big part of this because he's just, with the hamstring, he's just not going to be physically able to handle center field. And
Mm-hmm.
as much as, we love Blake Perkins as, for what he is, which is a good, 4th outfielder, like that's what he is. Like,
Right.
The offense in game 1 was a little bit, maybe him punching a little bit above his weight for a day.
Yeah.
And at a time when you're looking for all the offense you can, you want every, player that brings it offensively, and Isaac Collins does that certainly more so. I mean, he would be a guy that at the very least to start the game you'd like to have out there. If you get a lead and he gets to the seventh, you want to bring in Blake Perkins, move Trury to the left, fine. But it's just tough with the bottom three of that lineup, regardless of who's out there. Like you compare that to the bottom three for the Cubs with PCA, who has strikeout struggles, but also has some big hits, and Dansby Swanson, who's a veteran.
Yep.
And Matt Shaw. Sorry, Matt Bush. Oh boy, I don't. That's another bad memory we don't need to go back to. But Matt Shaw, who finally kind of got off the schneid with the hits, but this guy also drawing his walks. He's been able to kind of flip the lineup over and get Michael Bush, who's been as hot as anybody in that Cubs lineup, up with guys on base.
Yeah.
So, and that's kind of a difference right now for me.
So it might be too late. I don't know if to do this in a game 5, but would you put Frelick in center and Isaac Collins at right?
I would think about it, but I mean, at this point, Pat Murphy just hasn't really thrown Frelick in center field. It just sounds like that's not something he's interested in doing. Like, obviously, we know Frelick can do it because we've seen him do it. It just hasn't happened. So, I mean, is that one of those things that happens and then we look back and think, wow, remember when that happened? Or is that kind of, I don't say a desperation move, but it's like, we got to do something because, I mean, do you put Jake Bauers in left field? Obviously, you're sacrificing. I mean, that's going to depend on who the starter is. If it's a righty, and you want to try to find a way to, I mean, obviously I have not been Jake Bauer's biggest fan on this show over the last couple of years, but he's someone that if you can get him in the lineup because there's a righty on the mound, you do it.
Right.
So is that something you do where, I mean, you're giving up a little bit defensively if you throw him in left, but you also know that you're getting a better bat in the lineup and you can keep Andrew Vaughn in there as well. Like these are the questions that, Pat Murphy and that staff are going to be combing over for this next, day and a half.
Right. And I mean, that's the thing too, with Cheerio with that hamstring, he's still hitting. That's where you don't want him out of the lineup because he's still hitting. Right.
Right. And not going back to the Yelich thing, like at this point, I'm just not sure they're going to feel comfortable having him play left.
Right.
Or maybe you have Cheerio DH. It's just, right now it just seems like you're kind of a man short there in that way.
Right. So, I mean, there's so many decisions to be made here. I mean, I look at a guy like to get more out of Bryce Terang right now, especially when he's hitting 3-4 in this lineup, and he hasn't been really and I know he's been going up against left-handed pitching, which has always kind of been a thing, but still, I mean, if you're going to be in that spot in the lineup, you got to produce at this point.
Right.
So, I mean, you talk about this series, you look at the first 2 games, and then you look at the last 2 games. Home field has definitely made a huge difference between this.
It has, and I'm curious to see what it looks like tomorrow. Yeah. I do think there's going to be more Cubs fans than there were game 1 and 2. Obviously they're going to be excited. Want to make the trip up. From what I've seen in the secondary market, tickets are still very costly. Yeah. But still, I mean, I think
don't go because last time
you would not catch me dead going to that game tomorrow. For many reasons. One, I wouldn't want to be around if they were to lose, just having to deal with that after, last year it wasn't quite so bad because, I mean, obviously it was the Mets, but
I can't stand right now. I have grown a more distaste to the Cubs in this series and Cubs fans. I will just say that. I'm sorry, but it is. And it's strictly just a rivalry sports thing. Right. It is. It is what it is.
Yep.
So I think you're the only Vikings fan that I can tolerate because you're a little bit more level-headed. So I don't know if there's a Cubs fan I like right now at this point. So just throwing it out there. But it's the rivalry aspect of it. So
and that's what we said coming into the series. Like the stakes were going to be raised. Like everything was going to feel a little bit better when it went well. It's going to hurt a little bit more when it went wrong. And right now it's it's level.
And a lot of it is too. I don't want to see success for Craig Counsell.
Right. And here's the thing: if the Cubs were to win, it would not surprise me to see. Basically, Craig Counsell carried out of that stadium on the team's shoulders.
Don't say that. I didn't even think of that. Oh my God.
Right. And you know what? If I was the Cubs, I would do that.
Can you imagine that?
Right. I at that point I would.
You just put that in my memory bank.
Know. At that point, I would just want to see a picture or a camera on Mark Anasio.
I know where you're going with that.
Right.
One. Yep. Oh. I think that's a good spot to take our break and just let that marinate a little bit in our mind, that possibility.
Yeah.
Ooh, I didn't even think of that, Brandon. All right, quick break and plenty more Brewers talk coming up in just a couple minutes. Deer season or football season, Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire has hunters and tailgaters covered. Known for expert venison processing, Mike's turns that hard-earned deer into high-quality cuts, sausages, and more. And for the next big game, grab some of their famous homemade brats, perfect for any tailgate party, maybe even for the baseball game tomorrow. Local flavor, family service, and quality you could taste. That's Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire. And again, reminder, if you do have any luck with that deer hunt, with deer hunting, maybe with the youth hunters this weekend, and you're looking for somewhere to drop off that deer, head on over to our good friends at Mike's Star Market. Got a question from our good buddy Jason that I'm going to throw to you. Crazy idea. What if we threw Uribe as a starter? First innings have not been great, and they looked pretty foolish against him in game 2. Try to get 2 innings out of him. Bring in Miz for 4 to 5, McGill and Koenig in the back ends.
It's an interesting it's an interesting idea. I mean, we've seen throughout the series, Craig Counsell has gone to Daniel Palencia pretty early on, even though he's been their closer a lot of the years. I mean, they've leaned more on Brad Keller lately, but kind of that idea of prioritizing, obviously, the start, because the Cubs have scored in the first inning of all 4 games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I understand. I mean, I definitely get the kind of the thought process behind it. Like, just wanting to kind of put up a shutdown inning to start the game for once in this series, and
Right.
It's kind of to me, it's a little bit like, remember Game 7 in 2018 against the Dodgers, where Josh Hader threw pretty early in that game.
Yeah.
Because I think Yuli Chassin started, but he had a pretty quick hook, because it was one of those games where it's like, he's going to pitch. It's just, when do you want him to pitch? You want him to pitch when you know the game is in hand, or if you wait a little bit later in the game, he might be pitching from behind, kind of a thing. So
Right.
it's an outside the box idea, but I'm not against it, because I can kind of get it. I get the idea. Like, you want to make sure he's out there that first time through. He's seen the top of a really good order. So
yeah. Would it surprise you if Pat Murphy did that, considering what, I mean, he did have a little bit of surprise with game 3. Everybody thought Quinn Priester was going to be in there, and then I was like, oh, no. Or was that game 2?
That was game 2.
Game 2,
yeah, game 3, Priester was there. He just blunked, and he was out of there.
Yeah, that's right. So, but he got everybody fooled on that one, I think.
Yeah,
a little bit. So I really, that's an intriguing one. Or could it be maybe a Nick Mears?
Could be.
Because he's been the one that's kind of come in early for those. Just how did Pat Murphy kind of say?
He's kind of the closer for the opener.
Yeah.
I mean, when they would basically, if that first pitcher didn't get through whatever the full inning they were in, they didn't want to bring in a long reliever who's usually a starter to kind of start mid inning, just because that's a little bit, that's not what they're used to. So you'd bring in someone to kind of finish it out, so they could, that whoever the next person was could start an inning clean.
Right. So I am kind of curious to see do you think, if you were a betting man, Brandon, how do you think it'll go? Is it Ashby again?
I mean, I could still see it being a lefty. And I don't think it's going to be Gasser, because he pitched a lot last night.
Yep.
I mean, that didn't exactly inspire confidence, but
right.
Ashby, I don't think it would be Koenig. But that's,
yeah.
I mean, that's kind of it. Like, if Rob Zastrisny was on the roster, I would say maybe him. But I mean, if that's the route they go, it kind of almost has to be Ashby. But I mean, obviously, that's that's going to be
process of elimination at that point.
Right, and I'm sure that's that's going to make some people very nervous. I mean, and then you kind of look back at last night. It's like, well, he pitched a fair amount last night. It's like, well,
yeah, I'm drawing a blank right now on what what's possibly going to be the case. Now, hindsight's always 2020, but now you've got people saying too, well, that's why Peralta shouldn't have started yesterday. I didn't have a problem with
I
Peralta
mean,
starting
he
last
started on
night.
regular rest. Like he
And he had success at Wrigley in the regular season.
Yeah.
You know,
And really, I mean, yeah, I don't think the reason he struggled was anything specific to like, the moment was too big for him or stuff like that. I mean, that's stuff we've seen out of Freddie Peralta a fair amount.
right.
Like that's, we saw more of full count Freddie than, fastball for whatever you want to call him. Like he couldn't locate.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've seen him do that. I mean, how many times have we seen him have a 4-inning start because, he throws 100 pitches.
Right.
He didn't get that quite that high, but still.
Right.
Like what we saw last night wasn't something we had never seen from him before.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a really bad time for it.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't usually get hit too hard, but, Ian Happ puts a good swing on a pitch and,
Mm-hmm.
that happens.
Right.
Like, and yeah, I mean, I could have kind of seen it both ways, but, obviously he took the swing of, hey, look, we're going to go to our ace in this spot.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go.
And the Cubs
let's
did the same thing too.
Right. And let's be honest, we're going to go to our ace in the, is it the tougher position?
Right.
You're still up 2-1. So you had that wiggle room, but still you're pitching on the road.
Mm-hmm.
You're pitching in a raucous environment.
Like I feel like you're still, you had the mindset of like, we're going to win this game.
Right.
And like, that's where I always get nervous. Like if you're already pre-planning for the next one.
Right. If you're already like, oh, whoa, when we lose, we can do this. It's like, well.
Yeah, I don't like that. That's why, like, I don't want them to like have game one of the NLCS in the mind of like, who should we pitch in this? Yeah. That's why I'm like all hands on deck. Let's worry about tomorrow if we get to tomorrow,
right.
Essentially. So, offensive. And then you even look at last, I mean, you're not going to win a ball game if you only have 3 hits.
Right.
It's like
there's a goose egg on the scoreboard.
Right.
And I think the bullpen, after the home run, Peralta, he kind of settled in. He kept him out from adding to it. The bullpen did it, kept it there for a while. But it's like there's only, when you're that bullpen, especially, and you're trying to grind to get outs, but they're not scoring.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's only so much you can do.
Yeah.
Like eventually, I just feel like that kind of, that just kind of got maybe that pressure or whatever just was a little bit too much because the offense just wasn't producing.
Right.
They were putting guys on, but it just they couldn't bring them around.
Mm-hmm.
And for a team that had been done so well at that,
mm-hmm.
I think it was Ron Darling that said that 33% of the time the Brewers get somebody on base, they brought him home.
Right.
Obviously, that wasn't the case last night.
No.
So, and that's just something that's gonna, obviously, Captain Obvious here. That's gonna have to change Game 5.
So with the offensive approach here, we know the Brewers have been all season long fairly patient at the plate, right? But do you think they need to alter that and be more aggressive and maybe try to score early? I mean, they scored early in the first 3 games and, it's,
right.
Mixed results, but do they have to change their approach at the plate for this one to maybe kind of relax the butterflies a little bit?
I mean, they did that in Game 1, but I mean, that's one of those things where, maybe it caught Craig Counsell off guard. It certainly didn't seem like it caught Pat Murphy off guard because he kind of pushed back at the idea that his team doesn't swing.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's fine to swing early, but you got to put good swings on the ball.
Right.
Last thing you want is to, whoever the starter is, go through 2 innings and you've seen 16 pitches.
Right.
That kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. This is a very hard one to kind of forecast and gauge, but that's sports though too.
Right.
I mean,
and obviously part of it'll be, who's on the mound because,
mm-hmm.
If Shohei Imanaga's on the mound, that's a little bit different if it's.
And he'd be on short rest though, wouldn't he? Or would it be 4 days?
I mean, it was Monday, so Tuesday,
was
Wednesday,
it Monday?
Thursday. Yeah, it was.
Okay,
yeah. So it's 4. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So
yeah.
But versus if it's Colin Ray or Aaron Savali or if Cubs just go with the bullpen game too, who knows?
Right. Yeah. So, but I think if there's one thing we could probably predict, we're probably going to see the Miz at some point.
I think so.
Say.
I think he's going to be one of the guys they're going to try to lean on for multiple innings. Which I mean, obviously, as good as things were for him on Monday, like that's still there's still some risk there.
Yeah.
Just because he could be wild.
What version are we going to get?
Exactly. He could be wild. He could be a guy that comes in and does what he did Monday, where he goes 3 scoreless, or he could be a guy that comes in and walks 4 or 5 guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think, man, let's look at it from a glass half full or optimism. Can you imagine if the Miz goes in there and just dominates? For how he began his career, and then obviously the down, and then postseason, he's like the Miz we saw against Skeens and Kershaw
right.
and all that. that would just be the perfect
It
story.
would be a heck of a time for it.
It would be. And, he's already got the postseason first time jitters out of his system and such. So,
Yeah.
but I mean, I did appreciate him running to first to get that because I loved how honest he was afterwards. He's like,
he was scared that, he was
he
going
was
to
gonna-
airmail the ball. Which, in that spot, you might as well.
Yeah.
Like,
yep. I appreciated the honesty from him too. It's like, yep, just get the out. Just go get the out.
yeah, if you know you're going to beat him there, I mean, for him, that was like 3 steps because
Right.
he's, gigantic.
Exactly. So, all right, we got to take a quick break here, and we'll wrap up the second hour here. Keep sending us. Where's your vibe check, Brewers fans? How you feeling about this game? Predictions, all that fun stuff. Brandon originally last Friday picked the Cubs to win the series, so we'll see if he's changed his pick or not. All right, quick break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, we just got a few minutes left to the top of the hour. Surveyor's got his trivia question for the day here, so since we only got a few minutes left, we'll save it for the top of the next segment, top of the next hour, if that's okay. Because I do have a follow-up question, Surveyor, for your trivia question. He wants to know. I might as well ask it, so we get a few minutes to think about it. Since it is also a Football Friday, can you name me the 10 Packers players with the most passing yards in a single season? So I just want to make sure we're not doing the top 10 seasons overall. We're doing 10 different players
with the most passing yards in the season.
Right. Because I mean, Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre would probably
Probably, yeah.
And maybe a little Lynn Dickey in there.
Yep.
So 10 different players, right? I just want to make that clear. Same question to Brandon for the Vikings. Single season, top 10 passing yards.
So it'd be 10 different people.
That's what I want to clarify. Yeah.
Yeah.
10
Okay.
different
Or
people.
if it's just the top 10 seasons.
Right. Yeah. So I think, Surveyor, you're looking for the top 10 different people.
Yeah. Because if it's the seasons, then we would just need to know how many people, kind of.
Right. Exactly. So I think that's
which as you said, could be pretty easy. So
yeah. So I think he's looking for,
or easier anyway.
Looking for like, okay, for Dante Culpepper is going to be on the list.
Right.
So if it's Dante Culpepper, it's not, you can't say Dante Culpepper again. It's got to be the next person. You know what I mean? So
right.
Just looking for a little clarification.
Yep.
Surveyor. So yeah, we'll do that just past the top of the hour. We'll do our local sports roundup. Let's do local sports roundup just past 9:00.
Yeah.
This morning, because next hour we also have our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. We'll do a little cream of the crop as well. So we'll get to that. Plenty more Brewers talk. If you want to chime in on your thoughts for Game 5, hit us up with a quick text, 715-830-1912. We got a football Friday too. Your Vikings are not in action, but the Packers are in action. So if you want to send us your keys to victory for the Packers versus the Bengals, I already kind of went through it in the first hour. If this game is close, I'm going to be very upset. I'm sorry, but I know wins the only thing that matters at this point, but I think it's just like a feel sort of thing. If it's close or God forbid a loss or another tie, we've got issues. We've got some issues at hand at this point. So don't want to get too cocky or too full.
But I mean, look, maybe realistically, that's a game that the Packers should win, and they should win pretty handily. I mean, they're starting a quarterback they just got a couple days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Behind an offensive line that's not good for a guy that can't really move anymore, and a team that's been largely blown out of the water in most of its games.
Yep. It is 10 different players.
Okay.
So 10 different players. So we'll have a couple minutes between the news break here to come up with our players.
Okay.
This would be I have to imagine for Green Bay, I might have to go way back.
Right. Yeah. You're going to. Yeah.
And try to find some people to round out a top 10 list. Oh, I'm going to have to go to the 30s.
Throw Scott Tolzien in there just for funsies.
What did it? Oh, is Matt Flynn going to be on that list too? Holy moly. All right. I'm going to have to really sit down and figure this out in the next couple of minutes. So, all right. We'll do that little trivia, our Friday trivia, brought to you by Surveyor Sam. Trying to school us. I like it. A little change of pace.
Yes.
On a Friday morning, a little TGIF change of pace. So, give me a vibe check for the Brewers. I'm going to get Brandon's vibe check a little bit later on here too. With I wish we were talking about an NLCS this morning, but we're talking about a Game 5, an elimination game. Not a lot of things better in sports than an elimination game, unless it's your team, and then the nerves are just really wreaking havoc in your stomach and such. So, but we do have an elimination game today for baseball. It's either going to be Mariners or Tigers. So that should be a fun one. Blue Jays moving on. Feel for the Phillies pitcher today after that
that's tough.
ending last night. Yeah. So Dodgers are waiting to see if that's going to be Cubs or Brewers. But all right, 2 in, 1 more to go. News updates, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, the third hour kicking off right now on this Friday morning. Big thanks for making us part of your start. If you're already up and at it, you should be. It's 8 o'clock for crying out loud, unless you work third shift, and then maybe get some little sleep. That's the one thing too I'm trying to get used to is the microphone adjustment.
It's
the
a little
arm.
bit different, so
It is different. So I'm trying to get the right angle. It's better when I'm facing somebody, but when I got to go this way, it's a little bit more awkward. So, but that voice you hear is, of course, our good friend, Mr. Berg, Brandon Berg. We're going to get back to some more Brewers talk. It is a football Friday as well. Badgers have the Hawkeyes for homecoming. Hey, they got under 17 last week. All right.
They did. They covered.
Yeah, they covered.
Great teams cover.
We've got local sports roundup coming up just past 9 o'clock as we start to wrap up the regular season. A couple more weeks left of the high school football season.
Yep.
I know tennis. We had some teams and players clinching spots at state the last couple days too. So we'll cover all that for our local sports roundup, brought to you by, again, Carpet City Flooring Center, just past 9 o'clock. We've got Crib of the Crop and our Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. We've got the question from Surveyor Sam, our new tradition, unlike any other, the Friday trivia from Surveyor Sam. So he asked if we could each name for our respective teams the top 10 quarterbacks with the most passing yards in a season, but different. So it's not the seasons. It's
right. So it's going to be 10 different people.
10 different people on this. So I think I've got it down to 11.
I do too. I have 10 that I feel pretty sure about, and then one that I'm like, maybe.
Or 9 and
no, I have 10.
Okay.
Because it was top 10.
Right.
And then
I see. Okay.
And then if one of those isn't it,
I've got 9 and I'm going back and forth between 2.
Yeah. Honestly, it's a lot harder for you.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if it was like we were just doing seasons, it'd be fairly simple.
Yeah, if this was like a Sporkle thing where you just say the name and then it automatically fills them in, yours would be.
Yeah. You want to go first?
Sure.
Okay. So I typed mine. You wrote yours.
Do you
down.
have them in? Do you have the answers in front of you?
I have yours. I don't have mine.
Okay.
So I have, because Surveyor texted me yours. I don't have mine.
Okay.
Though, so
for the Vikings, I will start with Dante Culpepper.
Yep.
Kirk Cousins.
Yep.
Sam Darnold.
Yep. You're actually going in order right now too, dude. So
Brett Favre.
Yep.
Sam Bradford.
Yep.
Fran Tarkenton.
Yep.
Warren Moon.
Yep.
Randall Cunningham.
Yep.
Joe Cap.
Nope.
Ooh. Okay. Brad Johnson.
Nope.
Case Keenum.
Yes.
Okay. That was Keenum. Okay, so I got one more.
You got one more.
Okay.
He actually, if this is correct, had the 6th most
in the season. Okay. Wow. Okay. Because the guy I wasn't sure about because he didn't play the full year, so I don't know if the yard's going to be there. I was going to say Jeff George.
Nope.
I didn't think so. Yeah, he didn't have. Okay. Do I get any sort of time frame help on this?
You weren't alive.
Okay, so it was old. Okay, so it was. So it's got to be. I mean, obviously that's before the mid 80s or before. So trying to think of quarterbacks besides Cap and Tarkenton from that obviously golden era for Vikings football. And
you know this person.
It's gonna bug me. I know who this is. It's just I'm drawing a blank and I'm not gonna draw it out.
Tommy
Kramer.
Yep. I knew it was the look on your face. Yep.
Actually, yeah.
1981.
Yep.
Tommy Kramer.
Yep.
So.
All right.
Hey, you still did good though, dude. Nice work.
And
but it's gonna bug you because I like Tommy Kramer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Should have known better.
That's solid.
It's always tough though when obviously with it's gonna be even tough for you for the earlier years because it's just you weren't, you could be a great quarterback in the 70s and 80s and you were throwing for 2,500 yards.
Right.
It was just a different game.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
So how is this going to work for you?
I think Surveyor's going to text it to me after I say it.
Okay.
The answer.
I was going to say otherwise, if he texts him, we can just switch spots.
Okay. He's been going back and forth between the bat line and this line, so I don't know what's going on here. So, I got my list here. So I mean, Rodgers, Favre.
Whoa.
Shocker.
Whoa.
Shocker. Fairly comfortable saying Jordan Love. Lynn Dickey. Magic Man. Bart Starr had to have. I know that's a little bit. So that's that.
That's just playing the numbers game there.
Randy Wright. I think John Hadel did. I'm kind of confident, but I'm not. But I feel like this is going to be true. Tobin Rote had to, right? I mean, Tobin Rote had to be on there. So I'm gonna say Tobin. But these are the two now. Did Cecil Isbell, is he in the top 10 or not? This is what I'm.
This is 100.
This is like Don Hudson era now.
This is 100% what you were expecting to talk about this morning.
Yeah, Cecil Isbell, by the way, should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Maybe Arnie Herber is, but I don't think Cecil is. And the other person I'm thinking of is Whitehurst.
Charlie's dad.
Yeah. I'm going to say Isbell, but my honorable mention is Whitehurst. I'm between those two. I'm fair. So the 9 that I said were those. I'm going back and forth between Cecil and Whitehurst. I'll go Cecil, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's Whitehurst. So we'll see, I guess, if Surveyor. Surveyor did text. Rogers, Dickey, Favre, Magic Man, Love, Rainey Wright, Bart Starr, Tobin Rote. Oh, it was Whitehurst and then John Hadel. Okay, so I got 9. I'm curious to where Cecil is. So I didn't get him. I got one wrong. So but it is. C-Bomb wants to know what would Brandon rather see before we get to our cream of the crop? I think I know this answer. World Series for the Brewers or Super Bowl for the Vikings?
World Series for the Brewers.
Yep, I figured that was. I figured that was the case.
Yep, but no, that would be if it was a either or scenario, that would 100% be the one.
Yeah,
no question.
Yeah, because earlier in the week we had a lot of people say, "Would you sacrifice 20 years of a Packers Super Bowl for a Brewers World Series?" Getting close to 20 already for the last one. So I mean, you have to put it in that perspective. It's 15, going to be 16 years now. So, but I've seen other people use like, would you trade Giannis if it meant a World Series for the Brewers? So I mean, everybody's coming up with these crazy scenarios,
the crazy hypotheticals. But
yeah, exactly. So, all right, cream of the crop. Who are you rolling with? I don't have hotkeys, so I can't play it right now.
Oh,
we're getting there, so I can't play it right.
Fiddlesticks. I'll stay on baseball. We'll go elsewhere. Toronto Blue Jays, like being the number 1 seed and playing like it.
Yeah,
just going out and look, a series. A lot of people, including myself, didn't think they'd win.
Yep.
They're like, well, is this team for? They belt to backside in that Yankee series.
Yep. I've got 2. Because one of them actually, I think, was yours from last week, but she passed away.
I know. I saw that this morning. What the timing?
Sister Jean passing away. Was it last week that was yours?
I thought it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she was retired or not going to the.
Yeah, because she had just stepped away. I mean, she was 105.
Yeah, 105.
And she just said stepped away. And well, I'm kind of probably knowing why she's kind of stepped away.
Yep.
Apparently she passed away.
Yep. So cream of the crop, Sister Jean.
You bet.
My other one, Cam Scatterbo. I don't know if anybody saw it, but did you see him like ripping off his shirt last night with Ryan Fitzpatrick? But here's the thing, though, too. Going back to his college, like he was the guy in the college football playoff. But I feel like people were like, okay, but is he actually going to be a good pro?
Right. Is he just a good college player?
Right. Is he really?
Yeah, he was.
Dude's playing well.
Right. He was so much fun. Like in college, just as that kind of do everything. I'm going to run. I'd rather run through you than run around you kind of guy. And it's like, okay, does that transfer to the NFL where everyone's a little bit bigger, stronger, faster? Well, so far he's had success.
Yeah. 3 touchdowns last night, 2 yards away from rushing for 100 yards. He has been awesome for the Giants. And I just love, because, Arizona State, and then after the playoffs, it's like, oh, okay, but is he really going to be a decent dude's off to a great start? Cream of the crop right now. Got to give him credit.
Early day 3 draft pick, right?
I think so,
I think he went in 4th round. But
Yep.
Kind of going off of the Eagles, there's interesting stats for Philadelphia yesterday.
Yeah.
Courtesy of Greg Harvey on Twitter.
Steve Harvey's relation?
I don't think so.
Okay.
But cities that have their NHL team lose, NFL team lose, and MLB team lose in the playoffs and be eliminated all on the same day. It's happened twice. Happened last night with Philadelphia.
Yep.
And on October 10th or 16th, 1983, it happened with Philadelphia. I mean, obviously, there's only
Poor Philadelphia fans because they've never won recently.
nope.
Nope.
Although, I mean, that's going to bring up some interesting questions, obviously, about the Phillies.
Yeah.
Because I mean, that core's getting older. Kyle Schwarber's free agent. Like, what
Yep.
what happens there? They're going to have questions they got to answer.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So Yankees too, though. A lot of potential free agents over there as well.
Aaron Boone, what do you do?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's all of these teams are going to be in that spot. The Brewers could be the Brewers or the Cubs. I mean, they'll be thinking about, okay, well, now what?
Mm-hmm.
For different reasons, but obviously after tomorrow, whichever team loses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't want to think about that right now, though. So, John says, cream of the crop goes to Blue Jays for eliminating the Yankees. Also, confidence level on the Brewers on a scale of 1 to 10. 10. Got a lot of confidence that the Brewers are going to get the win tomorrow at home.
So I like to hear.
We're about the optimism now. Okay, no jumping off the bandwagon. We got another game. Let's go. I said it earlier. It's drawing parallels to 2011.
Mm-hmm.
Win the first two, drop the next two. Game 5 in Milwaukee.
The games are kind of similar too.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously the one difference is the Brewers don't have a starter they're going to in the spot.
Right.
Like that obviously they got rid of that year where it's like, okay, well, we feel pretty good about it, but hey, I've always felt this about the Brewers, and then obviously with the Vikings too. Like, if it's ever going to happen where they win a championship, it's going to be under like the crazy circumstances. It's not just be like, okay, the team is very good, and then it just beats everybody. Like, it's kind of like when the Cubs won 2016, where they had to overcome some unique circumstances, and it was memorable. It wasn't just like, oh well, they're the best team, and then they beat everybody.
Mm-hmm.
This year the team in the regular season had the most wins, but they definitely weren't a favorite going into the postseason.
Right. I feel like, and I don't think I'm off the wall saying this. I think we've talked about this before. Luck is involved in a lot of this.
Oh, sure.
When it comes to championships and winning.
And I mean, it's and I think we've had the conversation before where I've said anytime a team wins a championship, you can find breaks that went their way, and so many times fans say, "Well, nothing went right for us. If nothing went right for us, you didn't win it. You went to win a championship."
Right.
Like, you have to have breaks go your way. Like, that's not a bad thing to say. Yeah, we had a couple things go our way.
Right.
Like, that's not. You don't have
to apologize
that's
for
not
it.
shameful. Like, that just happens with everybody.
Right.
I mean, that happens at the at the high school level when teams win a state championship, or college or pros. Like, that's just how things usually work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's whether it's health injury wise or
lack of it elsewhere for teams to
exactly.
play, or a bounce here, a bounce there, a call here, a call there. Like, that's
because if we knew, I mean, if it was like, oh yeah, it's one season, we wouldn't be doing what we're doing right now, and they wouldn't be playing the games, and it'd just be like, all right, whoever finishes as a top team is going to be the champion.
I think
why
they should.
even have playoffs?
I think they should, though,
for this year.
I think this is a 1-year thing where they should just
So it's the AP winner is the Milwaukee Brewers,
right? Where back in the day, you'd have 4 different national champions crowned because the Paducahville Press named Ole Miss at 9-2 the national champion. So
yep, is that a real?
I have no idea.
Okay,
I just the alliteration got me there, but
that a boy.
Yeah,
that a boy.
Fun with college football in like the 20s and the 30s.
So, oh man. All right, let's take a quick break. Let's do some AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle, shall we? Let's do that. So, all right, we'll be back in just a few minutes. When it comes to groceries, meals, and convenience, families in Eau Claire count on Hy-Vee. From fresh produce and quality meats to ready-made meals and everyday essentials, Hy-Vee has everything shoppers need all in one stop. Friendly service, great selection, and weekly deals that help stretch the budget. Hy-Vee in Eau Claire makes shopping simple. And don't forget to grab your six-pack of Man Cave Light over there for the games this weekend. Maybe grab some Dan Good Burgers from the meat department as well. Get yourself set up for a nice tailgate party for the whole weekend. All right, let's do the AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. Let's where do I want to start off with? We're talking a lot of baseball here and such. So let's do Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. Mizorowski will get the start tomorrow night.
I'm going to pump the brakes on that. I think he comes in over the course of the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think we're in agreement. We're going to see him for a few innings. Ideally,
I think that's probably the plan. I think he's going to be one of the bulk guys, as they like to say, like a guy that's going to, the plan is to try to get him to go multiple innings.
Pump the brakes, full throttle. Sal Frelick should be batting leadoff tomorrow.
Full throttle. It's going to depend a little bit on who the starter is, but we've talked about this. I'm not a fan of the Yelich and the leadoff spot thing.
Mm-hmm. I didn't really like Murphy's response to it yesterday either. Did you see that?
No.
More at bats for him. I'm like, okay, but by one maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. I mean, but at the same time, it's like, well, but I'd rather have his at bats be more likely to come with people on base,
right? Exactly.
As opposed to Joey Ortiz and
I was gonna say the whole protection for Joey Ortiz thing hasn't really been working out.
Right.
Way, so.
I mean, you can only do so much.
Yeah.
If someone's struggling, they're just struggling.
Yeah.
You can only help them so much. But no, I would like to see Frelick in that spot. Maybe Yelich third or fourth. Trang a little bit down the lineup.
Yep. I think my ideal one would be Frelick, Chirio, Yelich, Contreras, then like Trang or Vaughn or something like that.
Maybe Vaughn, and then if Bowers is in there too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, because earlier in the year, really when Trang was doing some good things, he was hitting a little bit lower in the lineup. It was just he was providing, and which look, this team's going to need some people to produce across the lineup if it wants to win. So
right. Yep. Nope. I totally agree. So. Pump the brakes, full throttle. The team that scores first tomorrow night is going to be the team that wins.
Well, yesterday was the first time that's actually happened.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say full throttle, though, in this case. I do think that this has been such a momentum swing series that, especially if it's multiple runs.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, like that crooked number.
Right. If someone puts up 2 or 3, whichever team it is, I think that's a big first blow. So I'm going to say full throttle of that.
I'm going to say full throttle as well. I think just to, if well, two-part. One, I think the team that comes up with a crooked number first, the butterflies are going to go away a little bit quicker,
Right.
where there's a little bit more pressure on the other team then. But also just getting that crowd into it right away.
If it's
the Brewers,
right.
Yeah, if it's the
or
Brewers,
if it's the Cubs, it's maybe quieting down, and whatever section of Cubs fans are there, kind of you hear them.
Yeah. And I agree with you what you said earlier too. I feel like there are going to be more Cubs fans than there were games 1 and 2. I just hope it's not a normal-ish type of game where
Like a regular season game where there's a good chunk.
Right. So, and I hope Brewers fans who are there watched Wrigley Field last night, because that was, you could tell, I think that fan base had an effect on that game.
Yeah, I would agree.
Chanting Freddie's name and all that and whatever. But yeah, it was definitely, and you could say that for, I think, almost every game in this series.
Yeah.
Even because they talked about it at AmFan for the first 2 games. It was pretty impressive to see how many fans and how loud and stuff got going. Not maybe not too surprised, but I think we were surprised that maybe it wasn't as many Cubs fans as we were kind of expecting and such. So pump the brakes, full throttle. Craig Counsell will make a questionable decision that will lead. I don't want to say loss because I don't want to give a prediction here, but Craig Counsell will make a questionable decision that will be, shall we say, analyzed, scrutinized after the game.
I don't know. This is such a subjective question. Like,
because I've had a lot of people say in their predictions, Craig Counsell is going to make a decision that will affect the outcome of the game.
Well, I mean, he's the manager, so he will. But
right. I think we kind of know what they're referring to.
Yeah.
Dumb decision. That's just.
I don't know. Like, I feel like for the most part, the decisions he's made in this series, I could kind of think along with.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, as much as I would love to see, maybe he yanks the starter a little too early or whatever. Like, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna pump the brakes on that.
Yeah,
I hope it's full throttle, but I don't know. I haven't seen anything, and maybe that just needs its due.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously we as Brewers fans have seen that many times. But I don't know. I haven't really seen that too much. I mean, I think we've seen with his lineup that if he has the guys, he won't feel like he has to tinker too much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Pump the brakes, full throttle. Going back to the Miz. Let's say he's through 2 and he's sharp. He's good. Pump the brakes, full throttle. You keep rolling with him, or you take him out before things start to fall off.
Full throttle. If he's going, you keep going, especially given the spot the bullpen's in.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're looking for innings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you got to go with whoever's hot, right? But a short leash, right? Like if it starts to where okay, issued a walk and there's a hit, then maybe you're like, let's not let this spiral out of control, sort of thing. But I think. Yeah, I would agree with you. I'd say full throttle in that aspect too. So, pump the brakes, full throttle. Sham's latest piece on Giannis. There's something to it. There's a little smoke with that little fire.
I'm gonna pump the brakes. Like it's just.
So I'm curious because you are a journalist too. So I'm curious to kind of get your thought. And we've talked about this before in the past and such. And Shams was on Pat McAfee. I think it was yesterday that I saw the clip where like McAfee was kind of setting it up saying, he keeps saying, I'm paraphrasing that. And, these little nuggets about Giannis and all that. And Shams' response was, I'm just the messenger. I'm just the messenger. If there wasn't anything out there, I wouldn't be saying this. Do you buy that? I think my follow-up would be, where are you getting the messages from? You know what I mean? Like, Is this actually from a Giannis camp or is this from a hopeful camp?
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, is this coming from a camp that wants? Because we've heard others say like, okay, sometimes things get started by agents or rival teams to force a narrative,
right?
To have a narrative out there. So if there's a team that wants Giannis, let's say, other people have said this, a team will float out a rumor to kind of get that conversation going or get that out there and maybe kind of put pressure on Milwaukee. You think that's kind of the case here a little bit?
It could be. I mean, I don't know for sure.
Right.
And Giannis has always said, like, as long as this team is maintained to be competitive and stuff, this is where I want to be. And they've
Mm-hmm.
done that. They have done a lot of different things to try to keep this team in its competitive window.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you're right. Like that, and you're right. That would have been a very good follow-up question, which I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it didn't get asked, and it's not the end of the world kind of a thing. But I feel like that could have maybe provided some clarity
Mm-hmm.
versus, was this a question from or is this from the honest camp, or was this, hey, let's get that out here? Because let's
Mm-hmm.
be real. I mean, even in my job, and it's not covering the NBA, I have heard things from people where maybe they told me this and I never ran with it or anything, but it's like, okay, I can see there might be a little, ulterior motive behind that.
Mm-hmm.
Being told, oh, this might happen. It's like, well,
Right. And I feel like too, it's like, when you get to these insiders, where do a lot of their sources come from? And I think some of it is obvious where a lot of their sources come from when we have legal tampering day, with it's like agents,
Right.
or stuff like that. So, because to me, it's like always fascinating, like when they say like team sources, and I'm like, but I can't see a general manager, like, or is it the janitor or is it the secretary? It's that's always fascinated me,
right.
with that aspect and such. But going back to what you said about Giannis, I'll admit it. There are at times where I just wish Giannis would say, no, I want to be in Milwaukee. Just flat out say, I want to be in Milwaukee. I want to be in Milwaukee for the rest of my career. This is where I want to be. I will admit that, because when he doesn't say it like that, does leave the door open.
Yeah, you leave the door open. On the other hand,
but yeah,
I understand why he wants to make sure that
Bingo.
front office does not get complacent and say,
Bingo.
okay, we got him, we're good.
Yep. Totally agree with you. It's like, I do think that's part of the messaging from Giannis. Hey, as long as you guys are still aggressive, I'll be here. As long as you guys put together a team that's going to compete, I'll stay here. I do believe that's part of the message from Giannis.
Right.
So on one hand, yes, I understand the frustration, because I'm annoyed by it sometimes too, because it's like when I read the quote, I'm like, oh, but ESPN's going to run with that now.
Yep.
But then it's like, but I get it. I mean, I get it. You want the guy to be a competitor. We talk about these players. All that guy's just cashing a check. He's just playing for the money.
Yeah.
Giannis is getting a big paycheck. Let's not kid ourselves. But it does seem like it's pretty obvious winning is very, very, very important to him as well.
Yep.
So I understand, and I think maybe too, as Bucks fans, maybe we got to appreciate the messaging that Giannis is putting out there,
right?
Because he's like, hey, I want us to stay competitive. I don't want us to be a team like we've seen in the NBA, every few years where, hey, Brooklyn Nets, they acquire all this talent, doesn't work. Now they stink again.
Right.
Something like that. So I think, as Bucks fans, we probably appreciate a player that always just puts the pressure on the front office in that aspect.
Mm-hmm.
So I got to throw a Packer one in here. It's kind of weird to have a Friday and not lead off with a lot of Packer stuff, but hey, come on. It's
perfect storm for that.
Yes, exactly. Pump the brakes, full throttle. Micah Parsons is going to have more than 2 sacks against the elite Joe Flacco. Apparently he has not had Flacco.
He has not, because wasn't he disappointed he didn't get him when you with Cleveland? He gets another chance.
Yep.
I'm gonna say pump the brakes, but he gets like 2. Like he doesn't get more than he gets.
So if I do the 1.5, you'd say over.
Yeah, like I think he gets 2. Like that. I mean that Bengals line.
Stinks.
Obviously, he's not very mobile. Like
only there for 2 days.
Like I mean, I'm sure he knows the game plan. Throw to Higgins and Chase, but
yeah,
you gotta feel like if Packers are going to get ahead, like there's going to be a lot of throwing.
Yep.
Bengals can't really run the ball.
Right.
That's kind of maybe a little bit different than the Browns game, where at least with Quinshon Judkins and et cetera, that they were.
I'm glad you said his name and not me. So
it took me a little bit, but like there's a very specific way that game's going to have to go for the Bengals to win.
Yep. Yeah.
And I'm just not sure that's going to happen.
Right. Pump the brakes, full throttle right now. The best team in the NFL is the Detroit Lions.
Whew. I might have to go full throttle because I'm just kind of rifling through these teams through my head. It's like, I'm thinking it's like, well, maybe for a little bit it was Philly. Well, no, that's less. Not the Bills after the loss, they're flawed. Like right now, they're playing the best.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've seen this a lot from them in the last couple of years, where it's not that just that they're winning,
Right.
they're throttling teams. And
I
maybe some of those wins, like beating Baltimore, is not as good as it looked at the time. But
mhm.
right now, I would probably give it a a kind of a 3/4, Orange Cassidy style thumbs up.
I'd probably go full throttle right now. Huge game coming up.
Oh yeah,
Lions and Chiefs.
yeah,
I mean, Lions too, I think, really kind of solidify that, but also a very desperate Chiefs team
right.
at Arrowhead
At
now
home,
too.
yeah.
So that's a fantastic matchup.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's Detroit or Buffalo as the top two, I would say,
Yeah.
especially after the Eagles losing last night.
Right, like, I was, because obviously just with work and then the Brewer game, I wasn't really paying attention. I think it was after the Brewer game, I turned on NFL Network. I'm like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah,
It's like, the Eagles lost. The Eagles got smoked. Like, what?
yeah.
Which, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't exactly wanna see, considering Philly goes to Minnesota next week.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
gonna be an irritated, which I guess maybe
But they should have been irritated
after
losing.
Denver. So, we'll see. I mean,
Mhm.
that passing game just has not clicked for them.
Nope.
Like, for whatever
Kellen
reason.
Moore, maybe a big loss.
Maybe.
Nope.
I mean, he's done some things with the Saints. I mean, they've been pretty competitive.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna take some time for him there, but
Yeah. All right. That's your Pump the Brakes Full Throttle, brought to you by AJM Automotive in Eau Claire. Let's take a quick break. I do want to get back to some more baseball talk, though. So, Brewers fans, continue to send us your vibe. How you feeling about Game 5 tomorrow? Obviously, I think we're all probably kind of nervous, anxious for this game. But what's your confidence level with this game? Let us know. Hit us up with a quick text or comment on the video streams. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back after these few words. When drivers in Eau Claire need a mechanic that they can trust, they turn to AJM Automotive in Eau Claire. Known for honest work, fair pricing, and quick turnarounds, AJM Automotive handles everything from oil changes to engine repairs. Whether it's a daily driver or weekend toy, AJM Automotive treats every vehicle like it's their own. Friendly service, expert technicians, and a reputation built on integrity. AJM Automotive keeps Eau Claire running right. Give them a call today to set up your appointment. 715-835-9523. You know, I love it when you have, I don't even know if I would term it a friend anymore. Not during playoff time. You know, you have a Cubs fan that starts barking at you when they go up 1-0 in the first, and then you don't hear from them up until again this morning when you win 2. It's like, okay, yeah. No, I don't care what Cubs fans feel about this game. I don't. I have grown more of a dislike towards the Cubs with this playoff series. Pete Crow Armstrong is the Aaron Kraft of Major League Baseball. I don't think I'm far off by saying that. He is every Duke player that we hate, that we can't stand. I mean, if he were a basketball player, he'd be playing for Duke right now. He is the John Shire. He is the.
The one thing I will specify is Aaron Kraft went to Ohio State, not Duke.
I know, but I'm saying, but he was the annoying guy because of Big Ten basketball. Yeah. It's like,
let's face it.
Probably Brad Davison.
I was just going to say he was the Brad Davison.
Yeah, he was the Brad Davison. So no, I don't care. I don't care. You don't get to chime in after you trash talk after going up 1-0 in game 1. And to be fair, I have not said a word. I'm waiting for it to play out. I don't trash talk. I don't trash talk you about Packers-Vikings games. No. You don't do the same for me. It's called mutual respect between friends. And I guess he's not a very good friend. So.
Wow.
I'm angry and I'm pumped up right now. I'm ready for the game. I'm ready for this.
Well, you got ways to go for that. So.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to last. This has been like, That's
the set. I think I said it off air, but I was kind of hoping that the Phillies would win just so that the Brewers game would be in the afternoon. So I have to sit around all day.
Yeah. I don't want to be waiting all day for Saturday night.
No.
So, but definitely Cubs fans now, because of one fan in particular has moved up into my rankings of
you've been ruined.
Just go away.
You've been ruined.
Why would you be a fan of a big, this is my bugaboo here. If you're a Packers fan and you're a Cubs, you got to be all state. Small town. I'm not a fan of big town, big city teams, big spending teams. Give me the small town state teams that, the little guys. I'm not a bandwagon jumper for the big spending teams right now. So that's all I have to say. What?
I just find it funny.
Good. I know you agree with me. So but Pete Crow Armstrong, come on, dude. You gotta be.
I actually don't mind PCA.
Oh, good gracious.
Well, here's my thing. If you were excited, or if you were fine with Jacob Mezrowski being very emotional Monday, what's the difference?
The difference is not pouting.
Well,
I mean, he hits a pop-up and he sits there and pouts and slams the bat down. He misses a diving catch from Jackson Churio. He's pouting in the outfield. I don't see Jackson Churio as a 21-year-old when he flies out, throwing his bat and getting a little baby face pouty.
William Contreras has broken his fair share of bats this year. But okay.
That to me is the difference. When Jacob Mizorowski screws up, I don't see him tossing his glove on the ground. That's the difference. If you make a big play, yeah, go celebrate. But if you screw up, no. Take it on the chin. Take it on chin and move on. That to me is the difference.
Okay.
Positive vibes, negative vibes.
Accentuate the positive vibes.
I'm all positive.
Diminish the negative.
Like the character Kevin Nealon in Happy Gilmore. That's me. That's me.
Hopefully by the third inning tomorrow, you're not going psycho. Harness the good energy, block the bad.
Yes. Harness.
Ride
block.
Feel the flow. Ride the bull. Working it.
Working it. Oh, see, that's what we're doing. We got to keep the positive vibes going. I'm kind of curious. So we've had a couple people say, Brandon, we got to get you more optimistic about this game too. Yeah. We got to get you going here. Are you at least wearing Brewers swag?
I am.
Okay, that a boy.
I mean, one of us has to.
I don't know about that logo, but
one of us has to.
it's Football Friday, and the Brewers. If the Brewers are playing tonight, I would be wearing Brewers. I wear it game days. Monday through Thursday was all Brewers. Yesterday, I wore the Timber Rattlers Freelick jersey all day. Even wore it to football practice. The guys were like, "Who's that?" Like, it's the greatest baseball player of all time, but he's struggling right now. So we need to get him
Be
going.
a good time to break out.
Yeah.
Move him to the leadoff spot and just let him.
I was donning the Brewers starter jacket the day before.
I saw that. That thing is sweet.
Right? Yeah. Pull over. It's got the fanny pack built in.
Mm-hmm.
Good old days. Good old days, man. So, all right. We do have to take another break, so we'll do that after I hopefully quieted down a Cubs fan. So I don't want to talk to him anymore. I'm just going to block his number. All right. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. We've got about 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Coming up right before our Carpet City Flooring Center local sports roundup, a huge announcement from one Brandon Burke. Huge. You're going to want to pay attention to this. Should we say announcement or proclamation?
Proclamation's probably better. Like
Yeah.
announcement makes it I don't know. But like let's put it this way. This is something I talked with Dan about last week.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't announce it then. I mean, I could have. And basically I've got something I'm putting out there.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I mean, is that the best way? I mean, boy, that didn't probably exactly help, but like
I was gonna say best response is get out of here. I'm like, probably not.
Oh, boy.
Best predictions.
No.
So, yeah.
But there's something, we'll lead off the 9 o'clock hour. I've got something I've thought about. I've talked with Dan.
Yep.
We think, this is something he's the only person I brought this up to.
It could be a top 5 proclamation of all time behind the Emancipation Proclamation.
Yeah, I'm not being that. But no, just let's just say this. You want to tune in because I don't think it's anything that has ever been approached on this show.
No. Nope.
But I'm ready to do it.
All right. And maybe this is the mojo that something needs. Maybe this is the driving force. So you'll want to tune in. Because I didn't know if I was going to bring it up. I didn't know because I was just this is your call. So
no, I mean,
if you're just like you got a meeting coming up at 9, you're gonna have to delay the meeting.
Right.
You're gonna have to delay.
You'll
want
to hear this.
So yep.
You want to hear this.
That's coming up just past 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. So, so we'll get back to more baseball talk once we get to that. Let's finish up this hour though. All right, Brandon. I feel like we're kind of like it's one of those things we got to do because our parents said we have to do. I'm not saying that. That's a bad example, but it's like got to talk about it a little bit. Badgers, football, Iowa.
I was going to say eat your vegetables.
That too. Well, I feel like talking about Badger football right now is eating vegetables.
Except that, like, as I've gotten older, I've liked vegetables.
I'm kind of vegged out after I lost 40-some pounds. There was a lot of veggies.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, as I've gotten older, I've grown to really like broccoli and cauliflower.
Yeah, see,
especially you steam it.
I'm big on still salads right now, so I can do that. Yeah, yep. But definitely a little veggied out there. But anyways, I feel like that's kind of the case for maybe kids trying to eat vegetables.
Right. When I was a kid,
But Iowa.
So here's the thing: like coming off the game last week, there were things to take away from last week. Still thought the defense still played pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that first drive of the game for the Badgers, like my goodness, like. It was. I think so many people just had like where's that been?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's kind of what you were kind of looking for Badger football. They were able to run the ball effectively. They mixed in some passes, like they were just efficiently moving down the field, and then they didn't do it again.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of like you won't find very many scenarios where I like football teams going like a 2 quarterback route. Like my belief is always like, look, pick someone and go with them.
Right.
If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then you try someone else. Mm-hmm. But I don't like the whole mixing and match. I don't like it when Gary Anderson did it with Tanner McAvoy and Joel Stabe. I don't like it now.
Mm-hmm.
Like to me, it just feels like it's the old saying. It's like if you feel like you have 2 quarterbacks, you don't have any.
Yeah.
And I've been impressed with what we've seen out of Simmons. As a guy that was playing, FCS football the last several years. Like to kind of come in and he the moment hasn't seemed too big for him. He's managed the game, done everything. Like let's put it this way: if Billy Edwards isn't physically ready to play this game, then you go with Simmons,
mm-hmm.
and you go with him.
Stay with him.
You go with him and you stay with him unless there's performance or injury reasons for it. Not like, well, we want to get this and this. It's like no, just make a decision.
Yeah.
But defensively, this defense has held up well against the run. That's always going to be a big thing when you play Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
But
Iowa,
like just the offense is, I mean, like the last 2 games for the Brewers and just this Badger offense largely, certainly this year, but even just kind of the last couple years,
mm-hmm.
It's not explosive.
Right.
And it's weird because like I feel like it has explosive players. Vinny Anthony and Tretch Cahoon, I think are good, good, like get the ball in their hands and let them do stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Jade Ballard's made some big plays down the field. So they've got some talent at running back. Like it feels like right now this offense is not as good as the sum of its parts. And part of that's been the offensive line, kind of having its struggles with both injuries and, mixing and matching and just not getting the job done. But
mm-hmm.
like, I don't know, like this you would if they brought a similar effort to what they did against Michigan, like they would have a shot against Iowa, but I just don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how is that stadium going to be? Is it going to be rocking? Is it going to be Malaysia? You're gonna have honestly, you're gonna have people looking at their phones because they're watching the baseball game.
That's true.
I mean, you're gonna have. I mean,
Yep.
look, you're gonna have Brewers fans there. Obviously, you're gonna have either Iowa or Wisconsin people that are Cubs fans. Like that's a game that's gonna have a lot of attention. Are there
Mhm.
people that just might not even be going now?
Yeah, and it's homecoming too.
Yeah, like it's especially after like seeing last year, especially like I would just rub Wisconsin's nose in. They just beat them up, like
Mhm.
in the most Iowa way possible. And that's just kind of showing just how far off this Wisconsin program is veered, and like this is a chance to kind of get back on track. But I don't have the confidence right now it's going to happen. Let's put it this way: I'm going to need to see it happen before I can believe it happens more.
I think that's a good way to put it. So, oh, kind of a weird year so far in college football for some instances, isn't it? I mean, Penn State's out of the top 25. That thing's real in Texas. Holy moly! And I mean, we kind of knew this for Wisconsin anyway. Said it was
We
going to
knew
be.
this was a possibility. Like I
Yeah.
don't think we expected this stuff out of Penn State
Yeah.
and Texas.
Yeah. Yep. So, all right, just a couple minutes left. And so next hour, we'll do our local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center, the big proclamation of all proclamations from one Brandenburg. If this doesn't get you to tune in, I don't know what does. This is big. This is big. We could have some fun with this too.
We could, and that's kind of my thing. That's kind of my hope with is this could
Mhm.
turn into something pretty fun
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
for a couple reasons.
Oh yeah. Yep. So make sure you're tuned in. We'll get to that right past 9:00 this morning. Plenty more baseball talk also on the docket as we get set for Game 5 tomorrow night. Brewers, Cubbies, for it all. Win or go home. Do or die. Or go to Cancun. Whatever you do in the offseason. And hopefully that guy that wanted to go fishing a couple years ago, according to William Contreras, is on this
is he
team.
still in the
So,
dugout?
yeah, he still isn't there. So, but definitely a lot more Brewers talk coming up as we get set for a big Game 5 tomorrow evening. Plus, we got a Game 5 today, too. So if you're a baseball fan, you got another one here, too.
Seattle and Detroit.
That should be a good one.
It should.
Should be a really good one. We'll make our picks with those games at the back.
And it's not quite the same because it's not a rivalry, but in some ways, it's kind of Seattle's kind of in a similar spot as the Brewers are.
Yeah.
They're the higher seed, like great expectations, had a great season, but it's like, yeah, but if they lose to the Tigers, like
Because they made the big move at the trade deadline, too. You got Cal Raleigh having a magnificent season. So
kind of like, well, if you come up short today, it's like, well, what do you take out of the year?
Mm-hmm. We've been down that path a few
We
times.
have,
as
exactly.
Brewers fans, so we've been there
So,
before. But even the Mariners have too. I mean, didn't they like have the most wins in the regular season?
Yeah,
and then
2001.
Fell, and fell
then
in
they
the
lost.
first round.
Yeah.
So
it happens, but
gotta love sports. You hate it like I hated it last night.
yeah.
And then you take a little bit, and then you're back to liking it.
Yep.
So it's the wave of emotions. All right, a few seconds. Shot clock's gonna cut us off here. So we got news updates, and then we'll be back for the happy hour, the final hour. What's Brandon going to proclaim? That's the big mystery out there. Stick around. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, final hour before we head off for the weekend. And hopefully it's a good weekend. Hopefully it's a memorable weekend with Brewers picking up a win tomorrow night. Packers. Well, sorry, Brandon, but Packers picking up a win. Maybe the Badgers
Hey,
and such. So
I will take the Packers winning if the Brewers win.
okay. That's a fair deal. So we're going to do our local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center here in just a couple minutes. We're going to get back to some more baseball talk. We've got picks coming up at the back end of the hour. Before, we've got a proclamation. I've been waiting for him. He told me this last week, and I wasn't sure if he was going to still proclaim this. But one Brandon, I don't know your middle name.
Michael.
Brandon Michael Berg.
Ooh. I've only heard that one.
I hope your mother is listening
that
right now.
was pretty much the only person that would ever call me that, and it was not because I was because I did something good.
Well, this is something good. It's for the good of the people. Brandon Michael Berg, proclamation.
All right.
I will hand it over to you, and I'm not even going to say anything.
Okay. Well, yeah. This
Except for everybody, listen up.
I will. Yeah. So I'll kind of take in a story here. 2 weeks from today has the potential to be a very big day. 2 weeks from today is when the World Series starts.
Mm-hmm.
That would be game 1 of the World Series, October 24th. It's also my birthday.
Mm-hmm.
It is also my 40th birthday. So, obviously, if some things worked out, that has the potential to be like an all-timer day.
Mm-hmm.
So, I was thinking, well, that could be big, but what could be done to maybe raise the stakes a little bit? Vast majority of us are obviously pulling for the Brewers to maybe still be playing then. Obviously, they got some work to do now. But, so I talked about this with Dan. I brought this up last week. And initially the idea was like, oh, well, we'll bring it up if the Brewers, win the series. They didn't, but I'm like, but it really doesn't change anything. Like, it's still the same thing. So and this is something I want to do, and this is something I want to do on the show. So I will make this proclamation. There it is right now. 2 weeks time, October 24th. If the Brewers reach the World Series live on the Dan Kasper Show, I will get my head shaved.
Yeah. And we're going to get somebody in here to do it.
Yep. And I'm not talking like, oh, nice haircut. I'm talking about
shaved.
That's right.
Completely. Have you ever done it before?
No.
Okay. And you have let your lettuce go at times. Dude,
yes, I have. Not as much as I used to, just because it doesn't grow quite as, it doesn't grow quite as nice. But I will do that. And I said I will do that live on this show.
We need to, I should have been more prepared for this because, again, I wasn't sure, but we should have done a photo of you, what it looks like clean bald on there.
Oh.
Right?
And that's
Just to
tough because, like,
bit of an image.
It's interesting, too, because, like, my family, like, I don't really have bald people. Like, especially like my dad's side. And that's obviously like anyone that sees me knows I have gray. Like, my hair is going gray, but like that's my dad's side of the family. Like, they have gray hair. Like, they still have their hair, but it's just gray.
Mm-hmm. Would this get our mutual acquaintance, because he's not a friend right now, Cubs fan, that shall remain nameless, to maybe flip sides for this? Something like this to see this happen.
Ooh.
He's probably not listening anymore. He's probably mad. So
probably.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I thought about it, and instead of something I was thinking about, then it was a couple of days ago, you kind of reached back out to me about it. I'm like, is this something you still want to do? I'm like, yeah.
Yep.
I'm like, I've thought about this a lot. I'm like, okay, well, is this something I'd be willing to do? It absolutely is.
So Patrick Murphy, if you're listening right now.
And we know you are.
Yep. Use this. Go into the clubhouse today and say, gentlemen, we have a young man-ish.
And 2 weeks not as young as he used to be. He'll be going into a different age bracket.
He is putting his lettuce on the line for us.
And I'm doing it in a positive way. I want you to do it. I want to get my head. This isn't like, me being, cynical or anything. I want you guys to do this. I want 2 weeks time, October 24th, at this time, 2 weeks from now, I want to be sitting out in the parking lot with.
You know what you could really do to add a little bit to this? Take a page out of Major League. Every win.
Take a little bit more off.
Take a little off the top.
So
take a little off to the side. A little lock here. Leave the bangs. We peel a section. We cut a section. Come on.
My luck, they would get to like Game 7 in NLCS and lose to the Dodgers, and then
And
I
then
would
you
have
got
like a
this-
mohawk or
yeah.
something.
Yeah. See, we can make it classy.
Ooh.
We can make it classy.
No, I think ball's the way to go here.
Yeah.
So that is my proclamation. I'll repeat myself again. If the Brewers reach the World Series 2 weeks from today, October 24th, the day of Game 1 of the World Series, live on the Dan Kasper Show, I will get my head shaved.
That's only 5 days away, or 5 wins.
5 wins.
5 wins from happening. That's it. Put it in that perspective. 5 more wins. 5 more wins.
Yeah.
Brandon's going to get his head shaved.
That's right. Live on
That's the positivity, the
Live on air.
optimisticness that we have to focus on. So, Seabom has apparently already offered to do it because he has experience.
air. Okay. Hey,
So-
that's good.
But do you trust him? That's the other part. Or should we get a professional in here to
I
do
mean, we know
this?
some people that have professional experience, and I would.
Mhm.
This might be one of those things too, where like, I might just like, because you got like the Clippers and
Yep.
whatever. I might just like honestly want to do like the first bit myself,
Yeah.
and then
Mhm.
there's maybe if there's some people that want to get a little swipe in there, as long as you're not taking liberties with me. Leave the eyebrows alone, that kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
But
Now, are your locks going to be available for purchase for anybody if they
if they
want
want to. Unfortunately, my hair is not as long as it was. Like when I graduated college, I had curly hair down to my shoulders.
Yeah, I know.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
But because it was like a year and a half where there's like once or twice where I didn't get a haircut. I just got it like thinned out because it got really thick.
Mm-hmm.
But it went down. Like when I finally got my hair cut, when I started doing like job interviews and stuff, like
Mm-hmm.
I felt really bad because and I knew the woman that did, cut the hair, but like I felt bad for her because it took her like 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I believe it. Your mom has not chimed in. Maybe she doesn't know this yet. So
Oh, I mean, I haven't said you're the only person I told about this.
well,
so.
not anymore.
Now
I'm just saying,
I said,
so,
well, the second it goes out there, I mean, my word is my bond, and the second it goes out there, I'm committed.
as Steve Bob says too, you will be a man in 2 weeks.
There we go.
40. So
Yeah, I will. Yeah, Mike Gundy.
jobless.
Maybe he can join us.
Maybe he can. For your birthday, I will try again to get Gary Busey.
We were so close. We were
Maybe Gary Busey flies in. He shaves your head.
I don't know if I trust that.
That would be
Now-
that
now-
would win us an award for
but-
best show, WBA probably.
It would, but that's also you're kind of tempting fate there because Gary Busey played a Chicago Cub. Remember, he was Chet Steadman at Rookie of the Year.
I just made a Gary Busey. You're right. I didn't think of that.
So I don't know. Like, no Daniel Stern because he played Berkma, the pitching coach.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
I don't know if
You're
we can. I don't know if we can cross pollinate like that.
We can't. Oh, your mom just chimed in. I am listening just in nervous mode for tomorrow. She doesn't even care about your hair. She's just more nervous about the game. So this is your son, Mom. This is your son. Never mind.
She wants me to be bald. Good. I want everyone to want me to be bald.
So, all right. On that note,
Yeah.
should we do some local sports
do it.
roundup? Brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center here in Eau Claire. Let's start off with football,
Yep.
shall we?
Week
I
8.
know it's not kind of in your neck of the woods too, but it was an amazing ending
Oh, yeah.
last week with Regis and
Regis-
Mondovi.
You're
with
right. And
the
it
Hail
was,
Mary.
very much the game I think we all expected. Two excellent
Mhm.
teams, goes down to the wire. And it's kind of crazy because how often do two games end on a Hail Mary in the same week? Because obviously Regis did
Mhm.
snag the Hail Mary to beat Mondovi. And then the game I was at last week, Chautauqua Warehouser in double overtime.
Mm,
Hail Mary to beat Cadott.
look at that.
I mean, that just
Yeah.
doesn't happen much. But obviously, just a monster win for Regis in the
Mhm.
in the scope of things. I mean, they're right now projected to be a 1 seed in the latest WIA's playoff preliminary qualifying
Mhm.
playoff matrix. Basically, the thing that they're doing. I mean, I had a story about this earlier this week where I kind of broke it all down. But for the last few weeks of the year, the WIA is putting out basically their rankings, so you can see where teams rank. And right now, Regis is second in Division 6; they would be a 1 seed. Mondovi's is ranked 9. They fell to 9, so they would be a 3 seed. Like your 1 through your 4 seeds are all guaranteed to be your 1 seeds, and then they kind of place them based on where they would fit best geographically.
Okay.
So when we get to this might make for some slightly different, interesting pairings because you're going to have some times where I'll use this as an example. Division 5, Grantsburg's 1, Northwestern's 3. Under the prior format, they might have been in the same region. But if that holds up, they won't. they will be in separate spots, even though they're both, pretty Northwest schools.
Mm-hmm.
This is something the coaches voted on, as a way to kind of, maybe make these brackets a little bit more even if there's a little bit more travel time involved. Like, for football playoffs, generally that's not something that, teams complain about too much. So,
Right.
They're more concerned about just making sure that, the best teams, that make it to Madison, and or at least make it further in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And that was kind of the idea behind this. Like,
Okay.
and so, yeah, this is the last week for 8-player, but yeah, we've got the second to last, or this is the second to the penultimate week for, for 11-player, tonight in the Big Rivers. I mean, there's a big matchup in the Big Rivers every week, but, River Falls, who knocked off Rice Lake, they got Menominee tonight. That's not going to be an easy one for them. Rice Lake goes to Superior. Game I'm going to be at, Chippewa Falls hosting Hudson. Chippewa Falls picking up a monster win last week over DC Everest. That gets them back. They're right on the fringes of the playoffs right now. That's a big win for a young team. Now they get a Hudson team that enters tied with River Falls and Rice Lake at the top of the conference. That's a 3-way tie right now. So, I mean, a couple weeks ago, I mean, that's obviously another opportunity for, maybe Chippewa to enhance its postseason resume, and for Hudson to obviously keep pace with a couple other really good teams. Wisconsin Valley action tonight. You got Eau Claire North hosting Marshfield. That's the game here, or that's in Eau Claire, while Eau Claire Memorial takes the trip to Wausau West.
Mm-hmm.
In the Clover Belt, we mentioned Regis. They play Stanley Boyd, who's, won back-to-back games now after knocking off Neelsville last week. Durand, Arkansas, Fall Creek, I think, is an interesting game in there, because Fall Creek is hung tough with some of the, like, they're a good team. They've hung tough with Regis. They hung tough with Mondovi. Like, Durand is ranked 10th in the latest state rankings there. So, like, that's one that, that I'm pretty interested in
Mm-hmm.
as well. So, Dunn St. Croix, big win last week for Boyceville, knocking off Spring Valley. That really kind of puts them in the driver's seat there. And, that's a Boyceville team, very experienced. A lot of those kids are 2, 3, maybe even some 4-year starters there. So, they play Colfax tonight, but, they got the inside track on the Dunn St. Croix.
Nice. So you said it's the final week for 8-man.
Yep, 8 players this week. So tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., the WIA will announce the brackets
Okay.
for 8-player football, because they moved up the start of 8-player 1 week this year because they expanded the postseason, and they don't want them to be, running concurrent at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, the state championship game for 8-player is after the semifinal games for 11-player. So they don't have them all, on the same weekend, kind of thing.
Okay, gotcha.
So, yeah, but those games are tonight. So Gilman has clinched a share of the North Central East Conference Championship. They can win it outright if they beat Lake Holcomb. McDonald goes to Thorpe. A big game, honestly, that's going to be important for kind of playoff positioning is going to be Owen Withy going to Clayton. So, and that could actually impact other teams. That could impact McDonald. That could impact Gilman, because just how, like I mentioned before about the postseason seeding, it's possible that, like a McDonald and a Gilman, or even a McDonald and Owen Withy,
Mm-hmm.
like, they may be in separate regions, even though they're in the same conference, just because of how I mentioned how that 1 through 4, 5 through 8, 9 through 12 works out geographically.
Mm-hmm. All right. So we got that going on. I know volleyball kind of going on here too. Are we getting close to?
We are. This
some
is
postseason?
The Western Clover Belt season wrapped up last night. McDonald overcame a first set loss to defeat Regis in 4 sets to claim the outright Western Clover Belt championship. That is the 4th year in a row that McDonald's won at least a share of the conference title. There's been a couple shares in there, but still, like, a really good effort. I mean, not just for McDonald, but Regis came out of the gates really strong last night, really hot. They're down, a couple players. So,
Mm-hmm.
But they, that was a good effort for them. I mean, and a big one last night as well. You can jump into the Big Rivers for Eau Claire North. The crosstown showdown with Memorial, they were down 2 sets to 1. They came back to win that one. Chippewa Falls getting the win at Menominee. River Falls staying unbeaten at the top of the Big River. So next week there's one more conference matchup that's early, next week for those teams. And then, beginning to middle-ish of next week, we've got playoff seeding meetings for the for volleyball. So we'll, by this time next weekend, we'll know the postseason pairings there. There's some really competitive brackets around here. Division 4, McDonald, Regis, Cadott. Shout out to Cadott. They beat Regis on Tuesday. That's a team that picked up some Wisconsin Volleyball Coach Association states. They're ranked in the state polls. They were an honorable mention.
Mm-hmm.
So they're in that mix. Marshfield Columbus is in the mix. So that's a very challenging region there. We'll see how that shakes out with the postseason seedings. But yeah, we're getting down to it. Yeah, we had you kind of touched on, I think, off air a little bit. We had tennis sectionals earlier, subsectionals and sectionals earlier this week.
Yep.
Another great effort, obviously, for Eau Claire Memorial. They're always there. They're sending a big old contingent of athletes down to Madison, both individually, but also in team as well. So in Division Two, I think it was Altoona that kind of did the same thing there,
Yep.
where they won the section there. It's same boat for them. So shout out to those teams, and those are programs that have done a lot of winning here in recent years, and they keep going with it. We got state golf coming up on Monday.
That's right.
I got a feature story out this morning on Bloomers Isla Nelson, who is she's actually the second person in her family to go to state representing Bloomer. And there's not a lot of people that have. Her mom, Sarah, did. She actually was a part of the 1988 team, the only team that Bloomers ever sent to state. And it's actually, golf is a big thing in their family. She's actually a fourth generation golfer. Her great grandmother she was a club champion at Bloomer Memorial. So I got to talk with both her and her mom about kind of that, because we know golf is we love golf. Golf's a fun sport, but it's a very much a family sport there. And, just kind of being able to, it's rare when you get to see that where, maybe it's a father and a son, or in this case, a mom and a daughter, or just a parent, a child get to kind of do that same thing at that high of a level. And the funny thing is when Iowa takes the course on Monday for the first round at University Ridge, it'll be 36 years to the day that her mom did.
Oh, wow.
Because it's the exact same, the 2 days.
Wow. That is a really cool.
Yeah, right.
Really cool nugget. Did you figure that, or did they know that?
She told me.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
her mom told me.
All right. Wow.
Yeah.
Really cool. So you got that soccer.
Yep, soccer is coming down, winding down here earlier this week. Hudson picking up the win over Eau Claire Memorial. Big one in boys soccer. Those two teams are always jockeying at the top of the big rivers. But yeah, next week, it's kind of about the same where soccer, we're kind of getting down to postseason coming up here in a couple weeks. Cross country next week is
That's my next one.
conference match or conference events. Big Rivers coming up next Saturday. A lot of them are next Saturday. The Clover Belt's next Saturday over in Owen. So we're getting down to it, and then we jump right into sectionals there. We've just got a lot of things coming to a head. It feels like just yesterday we were talking about everything starting, and here we are.
Yep. On the blue gold side of things for football, they're going to be hitting the road top 10 matchup going up against lacrosse. And then Stout's going to be at home where they're going to be taking on Oshkosh for some blue gold and Stout football. Volleyball wise too, this is for blue gold volleyball, but we've got a big stretch coming up here for them as well. It's a tough schedule here for one of the best teams in the country. But they're going to be at Coe College starting today for a tournament where potentially going up against a couple of highly ranked opponents as well. So, but that's your local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Are you giving me that grin because of the picture I posted?
I did. That is absolute nightmare fuel. I don't think my head is that misshapen, but
Hey, I just looked up bald and inserted your face in there,
oh,
bro.
Boy.
So that's the motivation we have right now.
At least I'm dressed nice.
Yeah, probably the nicest you've ever dressed.
Probably.
But that's the motivation.
That's motivation.
That is it right there. Right there. Look at that thing. We should be printing that and placing it all over for motivation. Right? Change it for your profile picture as motivation.
I don't know if I go that far.
All right, let's take a quick break here and get back to some baseball talk coming up after these quick words. 7:08 tomorrow night. Win or go home for the Brewers. Will they get it done against the Cubbies back in the friendly confines of American Family Field? Don't know how the pitching plan is going to go. I think, though, Brandon, I think the assumption is it's going to be a bullpen, kind of all hands on deck situation here. Probably, hopefully, a big part Mizorowski involved in that. I would imagine Quintana would be available, though, too, right? A little bit? I mean,
I was having this conversation with a friend of mine, and I mean, he'll have 2 days off, but he threw like 40 or 50 pitches, so I'm not sure. Like, it'd be nice because, I mean, I really like the way he threw the ball. I mean, he's a guy like, this is the reason why you get a guy like him. But I mean, I just don't know. Like, it is probably an all hands on deck scenario, but I mean, you look at it, you're obviously, I'm kind of looking at it right now. Really, the only guy that pitched back to back games was Chad Patrick. I think he's someone that maybe too. I mean, but he threw, he threw 22 pitches Wednesday and then just 4 last night. So, I mean, he's a guy that's thrown it really well. I would like to see him factored in there too. Like I said, I think really the only 2 guys that are probably, I don't think are going to be available are Robert Gasser and Freddie Peralta.
So we'll see how that kind of goes. But what would you say is maybe the biggest key to victory for the Brewers in this contest?
Score runs.
But you're right.
I mean, I'm being Captain Obvious here, but
yeah.
I mean, I brought this up with the magic number's 5. In the first 2 games of the series, they obviously they scored more than that, but I mean, just score right. And I think you need to get something early. You can't depend on a 3-run 8th inning kind of a thing. Like, just for the confidence, because we've talked about it earlier, but all the mojo right now is with the Cubs. And look, momentum is always just a swing away.
Yeah.
The Brewers had all the momentum, especially coming out of the top of that first, although I'm sure kind of wiggling out of the first inning in game 3, the way the Cubs did probably gave them some momentum too. But whoever's pitching, I just want to see them split up a scoreless inning in the first, because obviously the Cubs have been able to just strike right away. And the first couple times the Brewers were able to work through that, but that doesn't always happen.
Right.
So I want to see them come out of the gates, like put together some good at bats, like just put the pressure on right away. I mean, that's going to be, even on the Cubs end of thing, that's a big thing Craig Counsell's talked about the series, is like the first 2 games they weren't putting the pressure on. Like, they scored, but then like besides when they scored, they weren't really doing anything. It's like a football team. Like, okay, they can score some touchdowns, but when they're not scoring touchdowns, they're going 3 and out. You can't do that.
Right.
Like, you have to keep the pressure on. You have to just kind of turn the screws.
You're Pat Murphy. What's the message you're telling your team in that clubhouse?
It's a great question, because honestly, like right now, like I'm not even really that nervous for the game tomorrow, and I'll tell you why. Because there's 2 things that can happen. Number 1, the Brewers can win, and then we can, they can continue. They can kind of maybe start to validate this great season, and we'll ride it as far as it goes. Or they lose, and then what's going to be remembered about the season? It's not going to be that they won 97 games. It's not going to be that they had the best record in baseball. It's going to be that they blew a 2-0 lead to their rival.
Yeah.
Like, that's all that's all people would talk about if that were to happen. Like, that's a very thin line to walk, because you want to motivate, but you don't want to put too much on somebody.
Right.
I mean, these players understand that
what's at stake here.
Yeah. But like, and the interesting thing too, maybe it's just because, especially the last 2 games, because they just haven't had much on, but like, we haven't seen much running out of the Brewers.
No,
they've been very stationary, and we've seen that the last couple games a little bit more from the Cubs. I go back to the double steal in the that was kind of a big point of the game too. Like, at some point, I think you got to kind of try it. Like, I'm sure there's, and Carson Kelly's good throwing catcher, but I don't play it. So, but like, that's kind of how you've been able to, you're kind of not doing what some of the things that helped you win during the season.
How much though is the factor, because Cheerios at that top of the lineup and such?
And he's not going to run.
Right.
I mean, and Trang's not getting on base to run.
Right. Neither is Frelick.
So that, and, Yelich just kind of he's been a little bit more of kind of a pick your spots guy, as opposed to just he's going to run. But like, so I get that, but I just feel like at some point you got to take some risks.
Yeah, because we're saying it, you got to be loose, you can't be tight. But I mean, anybody who's played it, I mean, it's easier.
It's easier for us to say it,
right? Exactly. So I mean, but I just, I think if you're the manager and such, you just kind of keep harping on, the same messaging, right? I mean, you hear a lot of people talk about when they praise coaches or managers, the consistency in the messaging, right?
Right. Yeah. You had be the same coach you are when you've lost 4 in a row than that you are when you've won 14 in a row.
And I think that is a strong suit from Pat
I think
Murphy.
so. I think so.
We've heard that, and I think it's, if you've been watching some of the telecasts and such, I mean, I think Ron Darling loves Pat Murphy. And like there was one time when they did one of the interviews, he's like, best in-game interview ever.
Right.
From a manager.
And generally, I think in-game interviews are kind of pointless because
Right.
coaches aren't going to say too much.
Right.
Murphy will expand on things without like giving it away. He's not be like, well, we're going to go this guy this inning and then this guy this inning.
Yeah. And I think that's something a lot of people appreciate about Pat Murphy when he does interviews and he talks. He seems to be a little bit more of a human.
Right.
A little more, open and such to that case too. So, but I don't know what you could say. I don't think you could say anything to tell a team, hey, let's go play loose.
Right.
You can't.
Right.
And it's going to take one moment for that to happen.
Either you do it or you don't.
Right. And I look at guys like, okay, leadership from a Yelich.
Yep.
In this type of position.
From a Contreras.
Contreras has won a World Series. Right. I mean, he has won a World Series. He was an All-Star that year too. So it wasn't like he was a DH.
But still, he was a big part of that. He was a big part of that Braves team.
Right. And remember, that was a Braves team too that lost Ronald Acuna Jr. So, they were playing a little shorthanded.
Beat the Brewers.
Yeah, exactly. So I look at those guys, even a Rhys Hoskins, who's not in this lineup.
Right.
But hey, lead by example with this point. Because yes, Caleb Durbin, hasn't been here before. Free look at terrain, couple years, into playoffs, but this is something different too, right? They're still a little fresh.
They're a little bit more of like the go-to guys, so to speak, for it.
Right. Even a Quintana, those guys is who I'm looking at.
Something I want to throw out here. I've been thinking. I thought about it a little bit. Now we're talking about pitching for tomorrow. Now, is it possible there is somebody not on the roster they could add, like a DL Hall?
I forgot DL Hall's not on here.
No, because here's the thing. The rule is if you do that, you have to take somebody off.
Yep.
And if you take somebody off, that person's not eligible for the next round either.
Right.
That would be a tremendous leap of faith. That would be very risky.
The other name people are bringing up is Tobias
Myers. He's been more of he's been more of the bullpen guy since he got back. But if would they do that and take off maybe Robert Gasser?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just throwing this out there as a possibility.
It doesn't have to be injury?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I mean,
it is baseball. We have seen injuries.
Right.
Happen.
But that's just something to consider. Like if we're going to go galaxy brain, get way out there.
Mm-hmm. Boy, that would be such a loophole that they would find and do. But part
of the reason they try to close that loophole is saying, well, that player then cannot be on the next round. So you could not have Robert Gasser if you were to advance, which I think the Brewers would probably take.
I'm Googling the rules.
Okay.
So teams can add players to their, but that's postseason roster rules and eligibility. Postseason roster rules. So teams submitted 26-man roster prior to each round. Club may request permission from the commissioner's office to replace a player who is injured during the course of that series, but that player then is ineligible, so they have to be injured. A pitcher may be replaced by only another pitcher, position player by another position player. So it has to be injured. So teams carry extra players throughout the postseason in event of injuries, and those players, as well as players on the injury list, can be in a dugout during the game within reason. So,
So
it's got to be injury. But again, maybe tweak something. Right. We've seen it before.
It happens, and it's happened with the Brewers, where we've been like, "Wow, what a coincidence! That reliever is struggling, and suddenly he's going on the injured list."
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I forgot DL Hall's not here, but because you're so used to regular season rosters and such. But I like the idea though.
You're taking a big leap of faith because DL Hall hasn't pitched a major league game in a long time.
And that's where it's like, okay, but then you do go Tobias, but then you're talking about
a
lefty righty sort of thing.
And then, what if do you try to redo the DL Hall, Quinn Priester? That tandem worked.
Mm-hmm.
Just suggestion. Obviously there's some moving parts that would have to go with it, but is that something that possibly happens?
Very well could be, maybe, if they deem it. But here's the thing,
or is it being too cute? Because
So
again,
okay, so some people have said Pat Murphy's being too cute in these last 2 games. Are you buying that? And I don't quite understand where they mean he's being cute.
the one thing I didn't like, even though he pitched well, is I didn't know about like the Quintana, like having him come out, and I get part of that was
Stop the bleeding.
yeah, stop the bleeding. Like they weren't expecting Quinn Priester to not make it out of the first inning. I get that, but I kind of
And then they had shots. They had runners on.
and that's it. Like they had I mean when they had the base load for Bowers and he struck out. I mean,
Yep.
That was one where I was like, okay, I think this is done now. Like that's that opportunity where like you have to get it.
Yep. I would agree. The other parts, I don't know where is it. Lockridge getting a start?
Maybe. I mean, I wasn't a fan of that, but it's like you just right now you don't have with Churio unable to play center. You don't, and for whatever reason they just don't want to play Frelick in center.
Mm-hmm.
Like that to me that would be my move. If it was me, I would have Sal Frelick play center.
Yep.
Leave Churio in left.
Yep.
And then you go right, Isaac Collins and right.
Mm-hmm. I would too. That's
or heck, like I said before, even if you wanted to throw Jake Bowers out there to start because you want that bat in the lineup, I could see that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would.
The only thing that would make me nervous than if you did want to switch out Vaughn for a left-handed
right,
bat,
then you're losing. Yeah, correct. Yeah. Then you're losing that potential switch. But that was like that's something that I haven't quite understood because we know Sal Frelick can handle center field.
Right.
Like that's just something that he hasn't played. Like I'll look right now, like to see how much he has played center field. Like it just hasn't been very much. So you just wonder, like, okay, well, what's
so the other part?
Why?
The other part I would throw out there is we know how great Blake Perkins is in center field.
Yep.
Again, does it relate to the fact that Churio probably can't cover as much ground in left field?
I think it absolutely does. Like there's probably something to it there. But Sal Frelick has played center field 14 times this year.
Okay.
Which honestly was a little bit more than I thought, but maybe that's just recency bias.
Didn't he play center in his debut a couple years ago?
He's played I'm kind of trying to find it right now, but last year he played 25 games there. The year before he played 30. So I mean, he's played most of his game. He's played over 2,100 innings in right field and 435 in center.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to look and see. I mean, I'm trying to look at the metrics just to see. And the metrics that he's been fine. Like, but that's one of those things where you start that way, and if you get a lead, then you want to later on in the game you want to move Perkins in there and then move Frelick over to right. Fine.
Yeah.
But to me, I think if you're going to try something different, to me that's the play.
Mm-hmm.
Is Frelick in center, and then maybe Isaac Collins in right. He's played more left than right, but
you kind of want that bat, don't you?
Collins.
Yeah,
I would like to. I mean, that's a patient bat. Like that's a guy that even if he kind of tailed off a little bit, maybe towards the end of the year, like
right.
I mean, especially if that starter is a righty, his numbers against righties are better than lefties.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's going to be better defensively than Bauer is. And we mentioned like the the possibility of the pinch, the late hit,
right,
whatever.
Right.
But that to me would be the move. And the other thing we have to ask is Joey Ortiz or Andrew Monasterio. Ortiz, superior defender, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
But in a game where you're kind of maybe looking to get a little punch, do you go Monasterio? Do you give him that opportunity?
Wow.
I mean, you don't have to, you don't have to, reinvent the wheel. But these are, to me, I view these as potential changes within the framework that aren't going to, upset the apple cart. You're not moving Yelich to hit seventh.
Right.
Like these are things you can do kind of, I'm going to say on the edges because at this point, everything matters, but like just things you can do that maybe just give you that little bit extra boost that you might need.
Mm-hmm. It is very, again, similar to 2011 when they had Jerry Harrison Jr. played third over Casey McGee because of the production.
Right. And I think he ended up ascending to hit like fifth by the end of, or fifth or sixth, whatever it was. Like, sometimes you got like.
Okay, if they do that with Monasterio, which I wouldn't know why, but then you're talking about the future with Joey Ortiz.
But I don't know if it's necessarily the case for that game. If they were to win and then you go to the NLCS and you play Ortiz again, like I'm just talking about for just this one game,
right?
And see, because you're trying to shake something loose.
Mm-hmm. And I know some was made when Monasterio did come in and, the double play, did get the ball up quick at that.
I know that was brought up in the broadcast. I don't think he gets him anyway.
Yeah.
Like, I think, I forget who it was that was running, but it wasn't hit hard enough.
I think it was Shaw, wasn't it?
It might have been. And he can move a little bit, but like, I just don't think that,
Because they're talking about, well, Ortiz would have ran up on it instead of waiting for the bounce. And
I don't know. I still don't think it was hit hard enough. It wasn't like
Mhm.
it was like right to him and he just took him forever to get out of his glove.
Right. Right.
But yeah, make no mistake about it. Jordan Ortiz is a superior defensive shortstop to Andrew Monasterio. I don't think there's any question about that.
Yeah.
But I mean, Joey the hardest hit ball it seems like he's had like in like a month was that ball. Was it yesterday that he hit and it was right to and Suzuki and he made a nice sliding catch.
Mm-hmm.
A nice opposite field swing, but it's just like it just hasn't been there. Like watching his at bats, it's just he's not seeing it. He hasn't seen it for the vast majority of the year. It's just not to say like he's a bum. It's over. It's just like it's just not working.
No.
Like,
and Ortiz is a guy that you can bring in if you have a lead
right,
for a defensive.
Say if you're 4-2 in the seventh, then bring him in to play short. Great.
Right. So it sounds like if you were to if you were Pat Murphy making that lineup, tell me where you Frelick at center. Frelick leading off center field. Yep.
I'd still keep Churio at second and left.
Yep.
Third would probably be Yelich at DH. Fourth would be Contreras. Fifth, I might this might depend a little bit, but I would probably go Vaughn.
Yep.
Sixth, and then but here's the thing: if sixth, I would probably go
Collins
and right. Seventh would be Terang at second. 8 would be Durbin at third, and then 9th would be whoever your shortstop is. Which for what I'm saying would be Andrew Monasterio.
Yeah. Interesting.
That's just one man's opinion.
I would buy it.
And again, like I said, I'm generally not like the big the order of the lineup is crucial kind of a person.
Mm-hmm.
But like in this case, like I feel like those two people I mentioned, more so Collins, but like they've done enough this year where it's like to give him an opportunity.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, especially Collins. I mean, we were talking about him as a Rookie of the Year candidate.
Right.
And I get it, okay, you kind of fall out when guys start to come back and get healthy and such, and then the Cheerio hamstring kind of throws a wrench in it.
That's the big wrench in this, because if Cheerio was healthy, he'd be playing center.
Yes. Yep.
And then you could have Isaac Collins in left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's just.
And I don't think I would be comfortable with Collins playing center.
No. He's not center fielder.
No.
He's not center fielder.
No. If anything, Frelick, I think we both agree, can do it.
He can do it.
He can do it.
You can do it. And I mean, obviously, I'm just bringing up.
And the other part in this too is like, it is going to be in Milwaukee ballpark.
A little more familiarity.
Yep.
I mean, obviously not as wind impacted as Wrigley is.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, Isaac Collins this year, 382 on base or 382 OPS, 272, 380 against righties. If it's a righty, his numbers even against his numbers against lefties, 717 on OPS, which is league average. So
and he's a switch, right?
Yeah, he's a switch hitter. But yeah, I mean, you can look and it's like I had a pop-up ad. I don't care. I don't want to right now. I want to give me okay, there we go. Like and here's the thing. He did struggle in September. But he only had 64 plate appearances, but like every other month he was relatively steady. Like that's a guy I want to give an opportunity to.
If it boils down to which bat do you want, Perkins or Collins?
Right.
I'd pick Collins.
And like the defense, obviously the defense isn't comparable, but it's like, what's the bigger issue for this team right now? Is it its offense or is it its defense?
It's the offense. It's the offense. Yeah.
Especially early, because again, there's nothing to say that if they get up by a couple runs, that you can't bring Perkins in.
Right. And you have the other option of Lockridge too. Right. I mean, you're set with options there.
Lockridge for me, like I like Lockridge as a fourth or fifth outfielder, like a pinch runner guy.
Yep.
But that's it. Like
Totally agree. All right, we got to take a quick break here, catch up on some breaks here. We'll get to our predictions coming up in just a little bit, but we'll be back in a couple minutes. Very quick segment here because we do have to play a little catch up and get to another break here before we get to our picks. Blame Brandon.
I was blabbing too much.
He was blabbing
Throwing numbers
way
and
too much
stuff out there.
So with that, last call for any predictions. Are you going to roll with the Brewers to get the win tomorrow night? Are you going to roll with the Pack getting a win on Sunday? All right. Get us your picks. 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. So we got, again, really quick here with Packers and Bengals. I'll tell you right now, I'm picking Packers when we get to our picks.
Same.
And I know I'm not big on how does the game look, but I really feel like this has to be a just pure domination, 60-minute win for Green Bay for me to feel good about this.
Especially coming off the bye.
Exactly. And it's the Bengals. You got to, yes, it's Flacco and that, but just with them for a couple days, everything's just kind of a mess. This has got to be it at Lambeau. Take care of business and take care of it early. Don't let up on the gas with this. So with that, let's take our really quick final break, and then we'll make our picks to wrap up this Friday morning. All right, time to wrap up this. And you did something to my camera. How dare you?
I hit the cord, and the cord, it's like a mousetrap situation where you hit the cord and it hits
Goodness gracious. Rookies. Amateur hour. Let's do college football first, shall we? Hey, why not? Number 24, South Florida, taking on North Texas tonight.
That's a big one for the G5 teams.
Mm-hmm. North Texas is favored, by the way.
Yep. I'm going to go with South Florida, though. I'm going to go with the Bulls.
Oh, North Texas, because it reminds me of the Texas State Armadillos. Ohio State at Illinois.
I'm going to go Ohio State.
Ohio State. Alabama at Missouri.
I'm going to go Alabama.
Alabama. Let's do Indiana at Oregon. That's a spicy one.
I am going to go Oregon.
I'm going to go Oregon, too. How about they're still favored even though they're out of the top 25. Number 6, Oklahoma at Texas.
I'm going to go Oklahoma because I think John Mateer plays. And that's big. Quarterback.
Yeah. I don't know why. I'm going to go Texas. I just feel like they're going to win and everybody's going to overreact to Texas is back again, sort of thing. So let's do Florida at Texas A&M.
I'm going to go Texas A&M.
Ooh, yeah. I'm going to go Texas A&M too. Let's go. Let's just do it. Wisconsin. Iowa at Wisconsin. Iowa's favored by 3.5.
I'm going to take Iowa. I'm going to say they cover.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Wisconsin hangs around, but they don't match the Iowa physicality, which is sad to say, but it's true.
Iowa wins like around 9 points.
I'd say like a 23-13.
I could see that. Yeah. Let's do NFL before we do our baseball picks. We're going to switch it up here a little bit. So we'll start off Denver at the Jets.
Denver.
Arizona. I shouldn't say at the Jets but you know what I mean. Arizona, Indianapolis.
Indy.
Colts, man. Wow. 7.5 point favorites for this too. Oh, break up the Colts. Chargers, Dolphins.
I'm going to go with the Chargers.
Patriots, Saints.
I'm going to go Patriots.
Patriots coming off a huge win against Buffalo.
Going to the Dome, that one could be close.
Yeah. Cleveland, Pittsburgh.
I'm going to go Pittsburgh.
Dallas, Carolina.
I'm going to go Carolina.
I hope you're right, but I'm going to go Dallas. Seattle, Jacksonville. That should be a good one too.
That should be. I'm going to go Seattle, even on the road at the noon game.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Seattle.
I'm going to go Jacksonville because of that on the road with the new game. Rams, Baltimore.
This game isn't as spicy as we thought it might have been earlier. I'm going to go Rams.
Tennessee and the Las Vegas Raiders.
I'm going to go Raiders.
I'm going to go Raiders too. San Francisco at Tampa Bay.
This one is spicy though. Yeah. I'm going to go Tampa Bay.
I'm going Tampa Bay as well. Detroit at Kansas City.
Sunday night. I'm going to go Detroit.
I am going to go with Kansas City bouncing back from they're in desperate mode right now, I think. So they got to have this game. 2 Monday night games again. Buffalo at Atlanta.
Buffalo bounces back and they beat Atlanta.
Buffalo. Chicago, Washington.
Doesn't come down to a Hail Mary this time. I will take the Commanders.
I'm going to take the Commanders. And then finally, Cincinnati, Green Bay, lines at 14.5.
Ooh. Obviously, I'm going to take Green Bay to win. I'm going to take Green Bay to cover as well.
I'm taking Green Bay to win and cover. It's the only one that's double-digit line, which
it should be.
Yeah. All right. Tonight's game 5. Detroit, Seattle, Kirby, Skubal.
Ooh, it's tough for I think I picked Seattle at the outset, but it's tough for me to go against Detroit. Like with Skubal on the mound, like George Kirby's a good pitcher, but like I don't know, like there aren't many more starters I would want ahead of Tarek Skubal in that spot.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take Detroit.
I'm gonna take Detroit too. Yeah, yep, I agree with you. Even it's in Seattle, but I'm gonna go.
They'll be rocking, but
Detroit is favored by this. It looks like too, line wise. The Brewers favored in this one too. Saturday nights. Cubbies.
What does Vegas know?
So just to rewind it. We got like 2 minutes. You did pick the Cubs to win the series. You've seen it play out. We are at a game 5. Are you sticking with your pick? Are you changing your pick?
I'm sticking with my pick.
You so-and-so.
I will take the Cubs.
I got nothing for you. That's a dagger to the heart. Good. Doubt your favorite team because they're going to win on Saturday. And then my first text is going to be to an annoying Cubs fan.
My second one will be to
My
me.
second one will be to you. So
Shun the non-believer. Shun.
Why Cubs?
Momentum. I think their offense is humming. I think they have more options for where to go for the starter that are, realistic. That can give them innings.
Mm-hmm. You break my heart, Brandon. You obviously don't want your head shaved. It's just like a death stare or blank stare, like you're looking right through my soul at that point. But I hope you're wrong, and I know you hope you're wrong too.
After the last few years, I've stopped picking with my heart and I've tried to start picking with my head.
What
do I think?
That's no fun. That's no fun. Get ready to have your heart broken.
I do that every sports season.
I was going to say, how does it feel to be a Vikings and Brewers fan?
Not great. Not great.
Throw a little Badger football on there
and
too,
basketball for funsies. And
so
the only outside obviously the Bucks, but like the only team I really cheer for that's had like sustained success is the Penguins.
Yeah. So, all right, shot clock's gonna cut us off. Walt, I hope we're here Monday morning talking about a trip to the NLCS and welcoming the Dodgers in a repeat of 2018. So, hey, could happen.
Could happen.
It could happen.
It could happen.
All right. Have a good weekend, everybody. Be safe. Enjoy the games. Hopefully it's a full-on victory Monday when we're back. 6 a.m. See you then.